to record. And it's a pleasure to have you everyone today in this wonderful morning here in the Bay Area. I know we have people from New York who are 3 hours ahead, so thank you for coming as well. So I want to begin with a little introduction in Nahuatl. Nokniwan tlazocamatica inochime ika inahualque. This phrase in Nahuatl essentially means thank you everyone, relatives, for coming, and specifically to the Biomigrations conference, where yesterday we talked about seed sovereignty, resistance through gardening, and other forms of biomigrations, right? Which I kind of define. I said I wouldn't define specifically, but thematically I link with refusal, violence, and indigenous rooting. 3 really important factors that I think can really help us think about how we're living and moving in this world. That I also talked about how biomigrations came about as I started working with Sintli, which is the Nahuatl word for maize, for maíz, for corn. And essentially, that kind of, I gave that context on day 1, and I want to just reemphasize the goal of this conference is to connect scholars, artists, and the expansive category of community members, right, who may be activists, educators, gardeners, vendors, food service workers, and more. The goal of the university is to uplift their voices, and at my role as a first-year PhD student is to kind of create that as the BFI, the Berkeley Food Institute graduate fellow. So with that being said, I'll hand it over to Dhruv and Irene, 2 other conference leaders here, to just talk about more about who BFI is, what BFI is, and who we are as the BFI Grad Council.
Hi, I'm a second-year PhD student in city and regional planning at UC Berkeley, and I'm also part of the Berkeley Food Institute Grad Council. So we briefly mentioned yesterday what the BFI is. It was founded in 2013, and it's an interdisciplinary center spanning 8 schools in Berkeley. And its goal is to transform food systems and expand access to healthy, affordable, sustainable, and equitably sourced food. The idea of the BFI is to address impediments to systemic change in food systems by creating productive connections between members of the scholarly community, farmers and other producers, NGOs, governments, and civil society. So this is the first BFI Grad Council conference. So we're really excited to bring all these people together, and the Biomigrations conference is a specific effort to drive this work and expand our dialogue on food equity, especially as it relates to Black, Indigenous, queer, and women-led agriculture communities. So please welcome all, and I'll hand it over to Dhruv.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dhruv. I'm a 5th year in plant biology, and I'm grateful to be able to share this space with all of you. And something to echo my co-organizers is that we're really appreciative of BFI and this opportunity to uplift Black, Indigenous, queer, and women voices in our food systems and in our local food communities. And we're really grateful this institution exists so that we as academics can really make sure our work and our progress is rooted in the communities it most directly affects. We also want to directly thank those funders that made this event possible. This conference is organized by the Berkeley Food Institute Graduate Council, and we've had generous sponsorship through the Berkeley Food Institute, the Graduate Assembly, the Multicultural Community Center, the Native American Studies Program in the Department of Ethnic Studies, the Othering and Belonging Institute, the Latinx Research Center, the Center for Latin American Studies, and the Native American Student Development Office, all of these based here at UC Berkeley. And so we encourage thoughtful dialogue and conversation, claps, pluses in the Zoom chat. You're able to offer your questions through the Q&A function, and with each of our events, those will be moderated by one of our fantastic moderators to really kind of give a personal aspect and conversation to our amazing panelists today. And so I'll send it back to Jesus to get us started.
Yes, right before we officially get started with the panel and all these other wonderful events, I'd like to give a land acknowledgement, right? And as I give this land acknowledgement, please, if you feel obliged to do so in the chat, put in where you're coming from and what indigenous lands you are residing on. This land acknowledgement is borrowed from the UC Berkeley's Native American Student Development Office statement. The Berkeley Food Institute's Graduate Student Council recognizes the UC Berkeley sits on the territory of Cuisine, the ancestral unceded land of the Chenial-speaking Ohlone people, successors of the sovereign band, Verona Band of Alameda County. This land was and continues to be of great importance to the Ohlone tribe and other familial descendants of the Verona Band. We recognize that every member of the Berkeley community has and continues to benefit from and the use of occupation of this land since the institution's founding in 1868. Consistent with our values of community, inclusion, and diversity, we have a responsibility to acknowledge and make visible the university's relationship to Native peoples. As members of the Berkeley community, it is vitally important that we not only recognize the history of the land on which we stand on, but we also recognize the Ohlone people are alive and flourishing members of the Berkeley and broader Bay Area community today. With that, I will hand it over to Julisa Lopez, who will briefly offer opening remarks for the conference.
Hi, everyone. First, I just want to thank Jesus, Irene, and Drew for inviting me and allowing me to take up some space today before we get started. I'm a member of the Amah Mutsun Tribal Band, and I just want to take a few minutes to share what sovereignty means to me. But before I start, I want to make clear that I'm speaking from my own experiences, and I don't want to overgeneralize for all Ohlone people, as the Mutsun are a subset, and we're located in like the Watsonville-Gilroy area. So just have to think about or consider those nuances in our experiences. So the Amah Mutsun experienced 3 periods of brutal colonization that sought to destroy our culture, spirituality, and humanity. And through each of these periods of colonization and up until today, we experience many barriers and traumas that prevent us from practicing our sovereign rights. So just to name a few examples, we were displaced from our land. So many of our members are scattered across the state or even the country, which makes it very difficult for us to gather and stay united. And we're also forced into hiding because the state of California actually offered bonds to exterminate Indians. And you can actually view these bonds at the Oakland Museum if you're interested. In addition to this, we're also an unrecognized tribe. So this means that the federal government does not recognize us as a sovereign nation, and we are not afforded the rights or resources as federally recognized tribes. Not that those are any much better, but you know, it's just we are at somewhat of a disadvantage in that way. So these are just like very, very few examples of the barriers our people have faced over these periods of colonization. But besides these, despite these barriers, our elders reminded us that we know from our creation story that Creator gave our people and all Indigenous people the obligation to take care of Mother Earth and all living things. So in 2006, our elders said that it was time for us to return to the path of our ancestors. And shortly after this, we ended up establishing the Amah Mutsun Land Trust. And so through the land trust, we have been able to reconnect in ways that I would never have dreamed as a child. We have summer camps for our youth, a land stewardship corp for our members, and a number of relationships with national parks and universities. Through these relationships, we have been able to access our land and revitalize our traditional and ecological knowledge. For example, our land stewards receive fire training and work with Pinnacles National Park to perform seasonal burns, a practice that our people did for thousands of years and that was outlawed by the state of California. And I even, we're seeing the effects of that today still through the intense wildfires in California. And so while we still face many barriers, as you can see, we're finding a way to be sovereign. And to me, that is what being sovereign is. It's being resilient and practicing our sovereign rights in any way, whether that be as a collective or as an individual. Each act of sovereignty is an act of resistance. And I hope you will join us in our journey together. We have a number of ways you can support and learn more. And I'll post a link in our chat for the the land trust, so you can get some resources on that. Thank you, Jesus, again for inviting us to just show face for the Amah Mutsun. I'd just like to turn it back to you now.
Thank you so much, Julisa. And now we will begin, and I will begin by briefly introducing Tracy, wonderful friend, collaborator, and gardener. Tracy, whose pronouns are they, she, is a native gender fluid borderline Tejana who focuses on practicing and continuously learning ancestral indigenous plant-based knowledge and activating and honoring archival cultural memory and public space preservation within Black, Indigenous, and POC communities. With that, I'll give it to you, Tracy. Please take it away.
Okay, thank you, Jesus. It is a really huge honor to be present with you all today and also continue our friendship together. In many ways, just to share briefly, Jesus and I have navigated plant-based inquiries and conversations over many years. So I'm very grateful to continue this here with everyone. And yeah, and super excited that we have our lovely panelists joining us here today from Texas and Brooklyn and the Bronx. I think when I organized this conference, I was very intentional about thinking about the relationship that, thinking about the relationship that indigeneity has in site-specific places, but also thinking about highly occupied spaces for Black, Brown, Indigenous, POC folks in the way that that is impacted systemically, but also thinking about the different cultural nuances of oppression that exist on different territories across time. And I think moving into this panel, we'll begin to really understand the nuances and the relationships about how important it is to think about what it means to first deconstruct the idea of archiving and deconstruct that knowledge from an institutional practice, thinking about the relationship that plant-based knowledge carries within archiving, particularly building a bridge of understanding how ecology is a form of archiving through various means, such as creative practice, thinking about ecological practice and stewardship through seed sharing and whatnot. And so we have here today, just so I can open up, but before I do that, I do want to acknowledge this moment in the way that we're working through the COVID-19 pandemic and honor the significant losses and honor those who have passed due to COVID-19 complications over the years, and the way that that violence and grief has impacted communities and places over this last year. So I do want to hold a moment for those folks who have passed so that we may honor their spirits in this conversation today. So I just want to hold a brief moment for that. Okay, thank you everyone. And just now I'm going to go ahead and open up and share the slide before I make introductions with folks. So give me 1 second. Okay. All right, there we are. So we have our wonderful, amazing ecological stewards, gardeners, artists, Roy, Odalis, Gerard, and Myra. And yeah, everyone, I just want to say, virtual hugs to everyone here today. I appreciate y'all being here and being present in this meaningful, intentional way. I'm going to speak intimately. I like to move through conversations in a just a very casual way. I think honoring that language is really important for me. Making language accessible for everyone is really important. So I just want to open up today for the panel. We have Myra, who's an artist with a deep concentration in gardening. Her budding relationship with plants led her to become a Texas master gardener, and she has done various gardening practices at different botanical gardens, community gardens, and has her own practice, Everything Living, since 2017, where she creates various dyed clothing, edible projects, really amazing jewelry that everyone should check out. And also, thankfully, we're able to meet online. So it's been nice to just continue this conversation very personally here. Roy and Odalis are currently based in the Bronx. They are the garden stewards of Anthony Garden, and they are both artists as well as ecological stewards. Roy is a photographer and works with the International Photography Center, as well as Odalis, who does a really amazing digital portraits. So after this, make sure to connect with both of them so that if you all want to collaborate with any artistic projects, definitely reach out to them. And then we have here Gerard, who Gerard and I met in Brooklyn, actually at Cooper Garden, and is the garden coordinator for, oh no, it's slipping right. Another bushwick garden that is Decatur Garden, that is literally the next block over from Cooper Garden. So we've been in conversation. Gerard has been present at Cooper Garden. I've been to Decatur Garden, and as well as at Gerard. Has a family-based practice that is really powerful, and I think it's significant in terms of intergenerational relationships. So Gerard comes from a family of gardeners, which I think is really important in terms of advocating for Black gardeners and Black farmers, and the continuation of that knowledge through the intimacy of family relationships is very profound, among many other creative projects that Gerard can get into a little later. So those are amazing panelists, and I just want to, before we get into the presentations, briefly, this conversation is really thinking and opening up and expanding what archival practice could be within plant-based knowledge, and as well as how these artists are doing that through their own creative form and ecological stewardship. So that's something to keep in mind as we're working through the conversation. So here's, let's see. Okay. So briefly here, just to give you an overview, this is Cooper Garden, based in Bushwick. These are projects that we've worked over the last year. I think COVID-19 has definitely impacted the garden in very significant ways, but I think in the later end of the fall, we were able to get into doing more mutual aid workshops like these. Right here, you'll see these cyanotypes made with the specific plants that we had in the gardens. You can see if you look closer at the cyanotype mask that were done with our artist Taehi Wang, really phenomenal artist as well. We have here strawberry leaves. We have those white flowers are chili peppers that are, you could see there to your right, are chilies that we cultivated. And then other forms, we have the spiral winding leaf is also part of our squash leaves that grow on our canopy. So just thinking about the way that we are honoring the bodies of plant forms was really special in the cyanotype, because this was our harvest for last year. And in this way, we carry that memory through this print. As well as we had other real quickly. We had fundraisers for Black trans community members, and we did more of like a very socially distant healing session and workshops. We have here Michael, who does really phenomenal indigenous practices from Mixteca knowledge, and then to the right, Diana, who was doing a medicinal workshop with Simbasuchi flowers. So I think in this way, we're trying to think about the relationship that we have with just like the ecological plant-based knowledge that is embedded in the garden, but also the way that it extends across indigenous backgrounds or indigenous cultural contexts. And then given that, I will open it up to Roy and Odalis, who can get into Anthony Garden.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see.
Hi, everyone.
Hola.
Hi. So we are the garden stewards for Anthony Ave Community Garden, which is a garden here in the Bronx. It's one of 18 Bronx Land Trust gardens.
So we're going to talk a little bit about kind of to ground us in the history of Bronx Land Trust and like all of the 18 gardens and kind of how we built the garden, and also like the importance of like how we're documenting it, and like the workshops that we're going to be, developing from here on out to continue to preserve both, I guess, the history of the garden, but also to work with the plants that we're growing.
So Bronx Land Trust is a nonprofit from that was founded out of the actual Land Trust of New York in 1999. And so it was during a time period where we had community members building autonomous gardens that will replace empty lots. That was the outcome of the burning of many buildings here in the Bronx. In 1999, a lot of these gardens were being demolished, and they were being repossessed by the city during Mayor Giuliani's term. And so this led to a whole series of protests, of occupying, bidding auction houses, a lot of releasing of crickets, and dressing up like flowers, and taking over the streets of Wall Street and Brooklyn Bridge. It was definitely a time period where it created a lot of unity among, it was the first time period in New York where all the grassroots gardeners from different boroughs decided to interact and group up together to fight back against the repossessing of these gardens. So Anthony Avenue Community Garden was one of these gardens. And I have been volunteering for Bronx Land Trust for a number of years. And so through conversation, because Bronx Land Trust doesn't receive any funding or doesn't really have anyone, I guess like it's very community ran, and all the stewards are the ones who are filling out the budgeting, who are figuring out like how to get resources, how to get these tools. They are all a lot of older stewards. And so I joined Bronx Land Trust, and I am now a board member in charge of fundraising. So we are currently fundraising for the insurance of all 18 gardens, which would normally have fallen back on the income of these stewards. But so what we are trying to do is to create an intergenerational space as of Anthony Ave Garden, and then follow through into the other 18 gardens to create more access to funding, to create resources that are more accessible to us, and give that to these older stewards and these older communities that run these gardens.
Right. So I mean, as we're both fundraising and thinking about the history of Bronx Land Trust, we're thinking about the importance of building connections, right? So what we're doing is we're often exchanging resources with a lot of our other garden friends. So when we first started, we were exchanging a lot of cempasúchil. We were exchanging seed corn that was gifted to us from a member of the community who brought corn from Guerrero, readapted it to its climate here, and gave it to us. So we're exchanging these stories and exchanging these seeds to be able to create a wider kind of series of collaborations, right? And in that, we're also working with like, you know, organizations like Green Gorillas, a grassroots organization that has been, you know, putting us in contact with Windy Farms, a farm like up in the North Bronx, closer to Yonkers, that has been providing soil and mulch and compost, all for us to be able to, you know, grow and to continue to provide this garden, you know, to the community for free, making sure that we're, you know, putting seeds down that our community members would like to see. So we have a lot of like doñas, like elders in the community that will stop by and see like both like the cempasúchil and the lavender and like little chiles y cosas así, and they'll go over and they'll ask us about it, and we'll like exchange stories, and we'll share resources. And so that's kind of like what we're keeping in mind, like what does our community need and how can we provide that, and how can then we share our resources both educationally or just like, you know, resource wise to our other friends.
I think for us, we are practicing, you know, distributing these resources because since we are part of Bronx Land Trust, we do have the privilege of practicing the fact that we are private land for public use. And in those terms, we mean that we are trying to create a safe space for all communities. So we're talking about undocumented folks, we're talking about queer spaces, we're talking about like the queer community, we're talking about anyone who may not feel safe from authority. Because it's private land for public use, we are able to say, we're able to turn away any kind of authority at the door and tell them that we need a warrant for them to enter to these spaces. And so with that autonomy, we are able to distribute more resources. We are able to create spaces where people can vend, people can use the space for ceremonies, use the space to distribute mutual aid without having the concern that police might show up, or just for meeting up too. Like, you know, we always need that extra space, especially with our with the way that the Bronx is. It's a very urban space where a lot of people live in buildings, and so just so we have an access to a green space, it creates a change in this in everyone's, I guess, like lifestyle, because now they have access to a green space where everyone could convene in and feel safe and not have to worry about authority. We are currently building, we're revamping the garden this year, since last year was the first year that we opened it, and we opened it during the pandemic, like kind of like in a rush.
Yeah, we had to walk like roughly 8 miles every single day to and from to build a garden when everything was shut down, just to be able to have this space to be able to give free food. We're located in an area in the Bronx where there's a lot of gentrification happening. There's tons of there's 4 or 5 new developments around our garden, and 5 of the houses right next to us have recently been demolished as of last week. So we're seeing tons of change, and we're keeping in mind that like a lot of, you know, these spaces are going to be at risk, right? And that a lot of, you know, like resources like food or school supplies are kind of hard to are going to be hard to obtain. So as we're thinking about accessibility, we're thinking accessibility to resources, again, for food, for materials, and accessibility to be able to plant. So this is where we're thinking about like those raised beds. This is what we're thinking about, you know, just keeping the space, you know, open for everyone. And I guess to that, like when we're coming to the space and we're creating and we're like organizing, we're thinking about it, and we're kind of grounded in this DIY punk practice. We were both like organizers and documentarians of the Bronx movement, of the Bronx punk movement here. And so we're thinking about like those DIY spaces that would pop up in basements, so DIY spaces that would pop up in backyards, on the streets, and this autonomy that we had over how we organized, when we organized, who got to like, you know, be a part of that. And we want to keep that feeling, that energy, and pass it forward. And so this is what we're kind of thinking about when we're organizing and when we're documenting the changes, and we're documenting the workshops, and we're trying to pass things forward.
Yeah, I spend a lot of time using one of the Bronx Land Trust gardens to book a lot of punk shows in gardens. And so it also housed my chicken who passed away last year during COVID. But I was throwing a lot of these organizing and punk shows at one of the community gardens here in the Bronx. And so that's when slowly these gardens started being occupied for shows, for dances, and even a community outreach program. So like we had like this one day last 2 summers ago where it was like 6 different nonprofits and small grassroots organizations who actually share the same platform, had 10 minutes to speak each one, and then we all convened over food. And so that's something that, you know, we're trying to practice into all 18 gardens. We're trying to create more intergenerational spaces where we can communicate what our goals are and what we want for the future of these garden spaces to be, while still including these older generations who have fought for you know, the ability to occupy this land, and to, you know, care for this land the same way that you know, we want to care for the land the same way that they do, and give it the same respects. And so a lot of our artwork, a lot of what we create is a representation of, you know, what we see as hope, what we want for our future, for our future gardeners even. And that's why we implement programs. So this summer we're trying to create a storytelling mural program. And so we're leading workshops in 2 different gardens where we're going to literally create small murals that would represent everyone's favorite moments of the community. So we want to bring in several different people from different ages, from the communities, and create a series of small murals that we can change or bring into other gardens. And so that's only one of many workshops that we like to lead and that we would like to create. But just so you can see some of our artwork, these two are photographs that were taken by Roy.
Yeah, so as we were building the space and, you know, we're organizing, I knew that it would be important to document as much of it as possible. Again, thinking back to the history of Bronx Land Trust, thinking back to the punk history and all that, I realized that like part of autonomy is also who gets to tell the story, and how do they get to tell the story? Is it someone else that's coming into our community trying to tell a story for us, or is it our own? So I was photographing, like, you know, like how we're building the garden, like our first, you know, like cosecha de maíz and stuff like that. So
Yeah, and then so the middle image was one of my paintings that I just finished recently. I do digital portraits, and so that's another slide, but I started doing digital portraits because of the, I guess, like the lack of ability to be able to paint. We both had to move twice in the past year, and so because of that I didn't really have space to paint. But I started doing digital portraits that would highlight our community members, would celebrate them, especially our queer community members. So I have a project called Queer Babies, and so babies with BBY, and so it's just a celebration of queer identity, of our friends, and how they are coming through this time period where everything feels like everything's, you know, falling apart. So that's one of the portraits. That's one of my friend's dad, actually, who loves avocados and nopales. So I drew a whole bunch of them with that too, because, you know, they're all part of our community. So we're trying to, I try to highlight everyone and include different generations into these art pieces.
yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you, Roy and Odalis. I will go ahead and pass it to Gerard. Let's see.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for all the listeners, and thank you for all this story. I am Gerard Villel. As you can see on the screen, this is a picture of me at my community garden, the Decatur Street Community Garden in Bushwick, New York. I am the founder of Brooklyn Plant Dad. Brooklyn Plant Dad is kind of just all of the plant ideas and theories and actions I take into a business. I am from Caribbean descent. My dad is Haitian, my mom's Jamaican. Both of them immigrated to Brooklyn. So I've gained a lot from them as far as the plant knowledge that my dad passed down to me. He's an active gardener. So I grew up in the garden. When I was younger, I saw it as chores, but lucky enough, I stuck with it and I was able to turn it into a career, into a profession, and it's my passion. Um, Most recently, I've been taking courses to try to increase my knowledge as far as the background of soil management, identifying native plants, understanding more about urban gardening, and how to bring greenery and colors to the city. And not only for the people of the city, but also for the pollinators. So that's something that I'm very passionate behind and something that really drives my work. So I like to take the year as a season approach. So every spring, I can't wait for crocuses. They'll be the small purple flowers to pop up to be the first sign of spring, followed by daffodils and tulips. If you didn't know, those are all bulbs that you can plant in fall and have come up in spring. So I recommend everyone to give them a try. There's some of the earliest spring flowers that offer shelter and food for our early emerging bees and other beneficial insects. I'm a community organizer at Decatur Community Garden, to where we try to host as many events for the area and just keep it open as much as possible to offer a space for people within the neighborhood. And it has been great to have been able to do that for the last years that I was working there. I can stand witness to being a fresh face in the garden. There's many times when I would be along our front gate, maybe training the roses, and I'll have people in the neighborhood, people who look similar to me, stop and talk to me and say, I've walked past this garden, but I've never noticed it before. I never noticed the tulips, the roses, the flowers in bloom. And they would say it's a relief to see someone similar to them in this space, and it offers them a welcome feeling. So that's something that I'm extremely happy that I'm able to bring to the table as being a Black gardener in Brooklyn. So that's something that I am really proud of, getting to introduce people to this green space, give them a area to escape their roommates. We're all in tight, close quarters here. So any space where you could escape away to, maybe take a personal phone call, maybe just to hide away from your roommates or your loud neighbors. It really is a special place. So community gardening is something very close to me, and being able to share the knowledge that I have to increase the greenery and the colors in the neighborhood, along the streets, planting in street beds. That's something that's really special. And for my own business, I am a garden designer and landscaper, where I work in boroughs around New York. So I get to add native plants to the landscape. That's something that really help pollinators that we rely on. All the flowers that bloom, all of our fruit trees, all of them rely on pollinators. And it's easy to brush them off as insects. Even a fly can pollinate a pawpaw tree or So being able to help not just people, but the birds, the wildlife in a city that is every day becoming more and more concrete. You'll see as the buildings get taller, more shade gets cast along the city. So I think it's important to make the most out of the sun, make the most out of the soil, do the most that we can to save our soil. So even planting rain gardens, trying to prevent erosion, all of these are really important steps to just preserving what little greenery we do have. So these are all steps that, for me, just being a gardener and learning these skills, this skill set, I'm able to help people. And even planting a tree, that tree is going to outlive me as well as most of us. So it's not just me I'm planting the tree for. If someone can walk by and maybe pick an apple from a tree or pick a fig off of a tree that I planted in the next decade or so, uh, I believe that's good green karma. The same with planting daffodils or perennials that come back every single year. Uh, so it's not just for the present, it's not just for the visually aesthetics. There's so much to plants that is really important. And if I can inspire someone to grow a tomato on their fire escape or get involved with a community garden, then that's something that I'm very proud to be able to do. So in my own life, I garden full time. So that leaves me trying to figure out what to do during the winter. So most recently, prior to the pandemic, I would spend my winters traveling and gardening. So 2 winters ago, I got to visit Hawaii, where I spent several months landscaping, learning the native plants, and it was really a special time getting to connect with the island and understand a bit more about the crops that they use, taro, all the different plants. So that was really, really rewarding experience. And that just continued to snowball. I came back and worked another season using and implementing what I learned. And then this most recent winter, I was able to spend several months in Japan, where I was able to study along a bonsai master, where you'll see in one of these photos here. And it was just mind blowing to see that a lot of the thoughts that they have, I kind of have little seeds of those. So bonsai masters know that their bonsais are going to outlive them. That's their intention. And to be able to learn from someone who was entering the lesson with that mindset that if you do a good job, this will outlive you. Something you can pass on, and that person can pass it on. Was an amazing experience, and I try to bring that into every plant that I touch, every project that I'm able to work on. I was also lucky enough to learn Ikebana, which is a flower arranging technique originated in Japan, which involves using flowering branches from trees or shrubs, and greenery. So through all that, the languages and everything, it's been really, really special to get to observe all this different global gardening internationally and being able to bring it back to Brooklyn where I can share it with others. And the most recent project that I've been working on, I've been in Brooklyn, New Jersey for this winter. So I'm trying to tackle the monarch population problem. So I spent last winter going on hikes and spreading seeds throughout the winter. And I plan to get started again with that this fall. So if you didn't know, monarchs are having a tough time. The only plant that the adult monarchs can lay eggs on is the milkweed. So if you're interested, you should research what milkweed is native to your area. And I recommend adding it to your garden. It's a great staple to start a butterfly, wildlife, pollinator garden with. So plant milkweed, everybody. It's really great.
Thank you so much, Gerard. I love your green karma statement. I think that's so special and really important to have intentionality. And I will pass it on to my.
Hello, everyone. Good day. My name is Myra Martinez, and I have been gardening here in Texas now for 7 years, in North Texas specifically. The reason I started gardening was because I love eating, first of all, and I wanted to grow my own food, and that's how it started. And I looked at gardening as a way to improve my health and my family's health and the people I care about. So then I became a Texas Master Gardener. I couldn't stop learning about plants. I couldn't contain my excitement. You know, it was something I really wanted to do. So I wanted to talk to people and meet other gardeners, and I didn't know, like, really going into the Texas Master Gardener program, that there was going to be like a generational difference between me and the other members. They are mostly like white older folks, but through the whole experience, I have met some really wonderful people that have shared parts with me, like parts of their gardens with me and their knowledge that has helped me in my practice, all while building my beautiful garden in my front yard here that I have all those photos from. I grow a variety of plants, vegetables, fruits, herbs, culinary and medicinal, native plants, water-wise plants, just basically everything that catches my attention. And like before there was any of these plants, there was nothing. You know, it was just dirt, dusty little dirt, and I've been working towards building and taking care of this land that was really once polluted and showing it some love. So that's my gardening. So yeah, through this gardening, then I was able to create jewelry, and as a way like to provide myself with a little bit of income. I started Everything Living, creating jewelry as a way to showcase and display and all my plants with people, and non-gardeners. They get to see this beauty, and it gets them a little interested in gardening, you know, a little nudge. I'm very inspired by botanical libraries and herbariums here. Just teaching, it just really creating all of these earrings made me a better gardener, because I work with the seasons as well. you know, I cannot make you jewelry that is not growing right now, like with plants that is not growing right now. And it helped me garden and create together simultaneously, and just really practice that. You know, I love sharing this side of me with people, and it takes really a lot of time. You know, I grow the plants, then I dry the plants, I press them, and it can take months, it can take years, and it's great. I have a lot of fun with resin. Ideally, you know, it's not what I want to do forever, but I have really enjoyed the process now, creating these pieces. And so, yeah.
Myra, if I may, can you just describe what we're looking at with these? Can you just share more about what flowers and herbs we're looking at on the slide right here?
Yes, right here we have the Pride of Barbados, the bird of paradise flower, and we have the little green, and the left earrings are the leaves parts, the leaflets of the bird of paradise. And I have native plants like the Illinois bundle flower behind the bird of paradise flower, the red one, which is a native plant. And then the four nerve daisy, it's another native plant, yarrow, cosmos flowers, marigold petals, amaranth, daisies, and yeah, these are all that I grow in my garden. Yeah.
En mi jardín. Sí. Disfruto ver la.
It's a flower, but also
pensar que es una flor, tomar los pétalos y que la gente los considere de, mira, flores de margarita, daisies son margaritas. Nos pueden mostrar tantas cosas las plantas.
Love to hear a little bit more about you. Like, what is your cultivation process like? Like, there's both the herbal prospect of knowing it, but then you have the curatorial aspect of knowing how to design it. Like, how do you set the intention of putting, you know, the seeds in the garden and then designing your jewelry? Like, what is that process like for you?
It's really big. Like, I always want to show positivity, and just it's rough living, you know, and I want to take care of a lot of things and people, and so my practice is very like natural. I don't use like toxic stuff in the soil, so I just yeah. Yeah. And okay, so another thing that I've really been focusing on is natural dyes with my plants. I have been growing more and more flowers and feeling more like I can grow flowers. It was daunting before. And recently I have been working on building a dye garden and trying to show people everything you can do with plants, basically. And you know, goldenrod is another native plant that has a lot of pollinators, and you can use the flowers to dye yellow colors. Plant prints, flower prints, by just hammering your plant material into fabric. And And it really started with food waste and plant waste, instead of just composting all of these materials, what else can I do with them? Oh, well, a lot of this you can turn into dye. Okay, it's another project. It's another way to utilize plants, another thing to learn and showcase and basically try to, just show sustainability in everything that plants, they're everything. Let's see, I wrote some notes. But yeah, I wrote that plants are artists in their own ways, showing us beauty in the way that they grow. So here's like a lot of the ways that I have connected to with a lot of people, teaching kids plant workshops, art workshops with plants, letting them touch leaves and make beautiful art, like the botanical prints that are in the behind in the background. You can do, garden. I've decorated people's homes with plants, and I have been healing, doing medicinal oil infusions with plants and herbs to use some of those herbal properties of plants. Just sharing all of it with people, and because I love plants. Yeah, I love plants. So I have been doing, a lot of gardening and learning a lot that I can, and showing people. Really, I will share anything with people that are interested in plants. And so all of that has really led me to where I am now in my practice. And right now I am volunteering with the Southside Community Garden right here in my own zip code, in my own neighborhood. Our community is considered a food desert, and we have one of the lowest life expectancies in Texas here in my zip code. So the Southside Community Garden has been providing homes with raised beds in their yards, and we're building them, and we're teaching people to garden and grow their own food from seed, to harvest, and hoping that makes a lasting positive, change in their lives, and create healthier, because we're primarily Black and brown here where we live, and I'm here, to support in any way I can with gardening, and so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Myra, just looking at the examples you have here with us, I mean, you really are embodying plant forms in very unique and specific ways. I think your experimental practice is really opening up the conversation about how we can embed, the integrity of plant forms into everyday functional things, like just the light switch covers is one functional way to have a visible presence of plants that you cultivate from your garden. So I just really admire like all your craft and the intentionality. And I think too, there's just so much beauty here in the way that, well, all panelists are really opening up the conversation of how to use the essence of plant into different forms. And I think really embodies what we're talking about here is how are we thinking about archiving plants and plant memories and cultivating plant spirits through creative practice, but also through community agency and sovereignty. So I will just go ahead and open it up, to questions now. And I appreciate you, Myra. Thank you so much for closing it and with such beautiful, beautiful imagery here. One question I have for you all is like, there's a lot of conversation around reciprocity and the continuation of one's life cycle into the next. I would love to hear more about, what does reciprocity mean right now for you all, given this moment in the pandemic? How has that, opened up the conversation? How has it guided your practice, challenged your practice, or supported your practice? Yeah. And I will go ahead and close the screen share. Just let me do that. Okay. So yeah, or basically put, what does reciprocity in gardening at this moment look like for you all?
Well, I guess for me, I just love to share with people. Sometimes I don't even make money and I don't care. Like, I just love plants. I love the way they make me feel, and I want other people to feel that as well. So I've just been just sharing.
Yeah, I'd like to definitely build off of that. Like, sharing has been key to our practice as well. All throughout last year, as we were walking to and from the garden, we would stop by like little shops here and there, and we made a lot of friends with the shop owners. Mostly they were part of like the Mexican community, and so we would talk to them a lot about plantitas, and like we would share stories them about like their hometowns and us about like our stories from our parents, and we would exchange seeds, and then from those seeds we would exchange with someone else, and we would kind of redistribute those seeds to as many garden friends as possible, so that way we could all kind of have like these these plantitas growing around us, both in plantita form but also in story form, and we're all kind of like nurturing each other in that way.
I think, especially right now with a lot of gentrification popping up in the Bronx, specifically where we're at, where the community garden's at, we realize that a lot of community members, because of so many years of gatekeeping by community gardens, they feel like they don't feel as confident to go up to the gardens and speak up and say what they need from these gardens. And so right now there's a couple houses that are being demolished on the same block as the garden. And so there's one specific member who this whole winter she was stopping by to like help us and clean up the snow, because we had a couple snow days this winter, and more than usual. But she's been helping us with that, and she's also told us like, oh, I have a box here and I will volunteer for X amount of hours and help you with this. And of course, like we were providing free boxes to grow throughout the season last year, and we're gonna do the same thing this year. But I see that there's a more community effort when you actually make the intention of speaking to these people and trying to share stories. I've learned from her that the leaf of cempasúchil in the Dominican Republic, you use it in in water. You put it in water when you have an infant, and then that releases something that would help the baby's stomach as it produces, as it forms itself to start taking in food. And so she taught me that, and I told her that in like our cultura, like we use it for our altars, we can use it for teas. And so we were talking about that and the different uses. And so we build that connection with our community members. And so we even provide space in a way where we know what impact them also, like financially. So it's like, since she has to move, she's not able to have a storage space. And so for the winter until mid-April, we're letting her keep a few of her things at the garden until she's able to fully move, because it's actually like developers who are taking over these spaces. And so there's a lot of people being pushed out, and so we're trying to show up in the best way possible to provide space in different aspects of these people's lives.
Yeah, thank you for that, Odalis. I think, the continuation of elder knowledge and the way that that is embodied through, ceremony, through performance, through kinship, is really special. And I think one thing that I feel like, given the COVID-19 pandemic, is that there's been a loss of elders because of the pandemic. And I know in my case, being at Cooper Garden, there's been so many transitions that have happened in our garden because of the pandemic too. And I wonder, what are some ways to honor elders and honor community, community voices and community spirits and knowledge during times of hardship and in times of hardship. But I think you all do that because of the history of the Bronx. So there is that ethos that is very much present. But I would love to, I'll just leave it there. You have more to share on that too.
Yeah. So I speaking to that, I'd like to like uplift like the organizing work of some of our friends. They have this workshop that they were hosting at a garden called Friends of Brook Park, and it was this collaboration with Angeles Donoso, who's a professor for CUNY, and so it was this workshop called Brewing Memories, where they were teaching about some really important like herbs like sage and lavender and eucalyptus, cempasúchil, thyme. I feel like I'm missing a couple, but these were some of the herbs that were in season that our elders in our community use often, right? Like I personally remember like my mom like picking epazote from like a park and being like blown away by that. And we've seen that happen in our own like community, in our own parks, where our elders will pick these herbs from like public spaces. So they brought these herbs to the garden, and we were exchanging information about like what these herbs are used for. Our elders in the community were speaking to how they use those herbs. And then we all brewed tea with it. But as we were brewing tea, we were talking about memory. So they crushed up the herbs to like little fine powder, and using honey on a rag, they illustrated a memory that was that they wanted to share. So some people illustrated a memory of like making pozole as a family, and some people illustrated a memory of their home back in Mexico, or their home back and so this was a way for us to share information on herbs, to share memories, and for all of us to convene in a public space in the middle of COVID, like socially distanced, but also just breaking bread together and sipping on tea. And this was really beautiful because apart from Angeles, who was organizing it, it was also La Morada, a restaurant in the Bronx, who has been all throughout the pandemic relentlessly providing mutual aid and free food to the community. So they were, both distributing free food that day, but also holding space for all of us to heal as a community through these herbs, like literally, and like in a space to share, our memories.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think everyone should check out La Morada. It's based in the Bronx and Mount Haven. They do accept donations if anyone wants to help them. They are providing, I read, like 1,200 meals a day. And it's solely just volunteers and based on donations. They do run a family business there, and it's run by an undocumented family here in the Bronx, and they are amazing. Carolina is the sous chef, and she's the one that was facilitating the workshops, and her mom also was translating and was facilitating the workshop along with her. So it's a whole family who facilitate these workshops and does the work for the Bronx. So if anyone wants to check them out, their Instagram is La Morada, and yeah. So I just want to put that out.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I think another artist who does great work with them is Rane Quevedo, who helped design and work with them to restructure their restaurant. But it brings what you all are touching on is really thinking about building in oral histories through plant knowledge and thinking of ways that invite intimacy and play into sharing knowledge with community members. So I'm wondering to open this up to Myra and Gerard. And all of y'all, it's like, how does intimacy, care, and play involve? How is that embodied in your gardening practices? And I know, just to briefly say, I know Gerard has been having a little bit of challenges hearing us. So if you have questions for Gerard, you can direct them to him. But yeah, Myra, I think you're going to say something.
Okay. How does intimacy in my practice, or how do I practice?
Yeah, just briefly, like, how does intimacy, care, and play, how is that involved in, whether in your documenting practice? I know, just thinking about your jewelry practice and the way that you select jewelry, like how do you involve that? And if you want to share, I mean, there are also questions in the Q&A that we haven't necessarily talked on as well. But I will give it back to you, Myra.
Well, I'm a very, like, I work best on one-on-one. I like to, I sometimes I can't focus if there's too many people, but this week I gardened so much. I helped someone plant in their yard, and I press flowers. I'm alone a lot, really. It's probably one of the reasons I'm not good at talking out loud, is because I'm mostly in my head gardening. But yeah, everything is, I really care for a lot of things, and everything is very personal to me. And that's how I connect, really. I give everything that I do, my garden, my community, my all. And so.
Yeah, thank you for that. And briefly, I know we have to wrap it up soon. I just want to share. So these are earrings that Myra and I designed together when we first met in 2018. And I have other ones too. I am like a big, Myra is so great to work with. And we had talked about every step of the design, circles, their chiles and flowers from her garden. And I just wanted to share to honor that, because I appreciate you so much. But I appreciate everyone here, and I thank you all for joining us in this conversation. I know there are questions that you all had in the Q&A that we weren't able to get to, but I will see if we can answer them after the panel ends. And I know time is running short, so I am going to hand it back to Jesús to lead to the next panel conversation. But thank you all so much for listening in.
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, everyone. Amazing panel. I've documented the questions, and that also, I think, gives us a nice opportunity to plug in the gratitude ceremony. I invite everyone that attended day 1 and is attending day 2, in whatever capacity, to come at the end at 2 p.m. We'll be migrating off this webinar into a more intimate space where we can kind of give thanks, share resources, share in reciprocity. And with that, I'll transition to Irene, who will introduce our next panel, our wonderful panelists who are coming from Mexico City, around that area, Totiwakan area, and we'll be giving a book presentation on Totiwakan cuisine. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Jesus. So it's my pleasure to introduce Alberto, Ariadna, and Oliver for the book presentation, Totiwakan Cuisine. So a brief mention about the authors. Alberto Peralta de Legorreta is a research professor in the Department of Tourism and Gastronomy at the Universidad Anáhuac, Mexico. He has a PhD in history and ethnohistory from the National School of Anthropology and History, and has 20 years of teaching experience in subjects related to Mexico's history, touristic heritage, and culture of Mexico. He's a prolific writer and author of Cultura Gastronómica en la Mesoamérica Prehispánica, La Mesa de Todos, Historia de la Gastronomía Callejera de la Ciudad de México, El Chilangonario, Chile para Todos, y A Quien No Le Gusta el Chile. Ariadna Raquel Campos Quesada is a PhD student in the Department of International Tourism at the Universidad de Anáhuac, Mexico Norte. She has a master's degree in tourism studies from the Autonomous University of the State of Mexico. Her publications are related to food culture and the participation of indigenous communities in tourism and gastronomy, especially in Michoacán, Mexico. Ariadna also currently collaborates as a technical advisor with the Red Indígena de Turismo de Mexico. And then Oliver Saldaña is a research professor in social sciences and tourism at the Universidad Autónoma del Estado de Mexico and the Centro Universitario Valle de Totiwakan. And he specializes in cultural heritage, sociological studies, and local development. So I do want to mention that the presentation is going to be in Spanish and translation will be available during the Q&A session. So, and also the interpretation, there will be a live interpretation tab that I think Jesus already mentioned in the chat. So without further ado, I'll pass it on to the speakers. You're on mute.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. Our presentation is in Spanish, so I'm just saying hello to everyone. Thank you very much. Bienvenidos todos.
Welcome everyone to this
Un libro que como lo vamos a ver en unos momentos más, pues es de gran importancia para la comprensión, la metodología de nuestra comida en México, que como saben ustedes, pues es de enorme importancia, no solo para cuestiones de identidad, sino también, perdón, para tratar de entender un poquito cómo la gente se relaciona con la tierra productora de alimentos y al mismo tiempo produce formas de expresión únicas. Lo que me toca a mí es lo que estamos viendo ahora en pantalla, pues es la presentación de este libro que tengo en mis manos, pero que ustedes pueden ver la portada aquí en la presentación. Se trata del libro Cocina del Valle de Totiwakan, recetas de la comunidad, y los autores, que yo digo que son autores y fueron muy modestos al solo ponerse como compiladores, en realidad ellos hicieron un gran trabajo etnográfico que tiene que ver con ir a entrevistar a las personas, recorrer el campo y hacer la redacción de no solo las recetas, que implica estandarizarlas para que funcionen, y también pues, el asunto de escribir, pedir prólogos. Así es que fueron compiladores, autores, editores de este gran libro que tenemos ahora y que nos ilustra sobre una parte muy importante de la parte central de nuestro país, de México, que es el Valle de Teotihuacán. El Valle de Teotihuacán está muy cerca de la Ciudad de México y bueno, pues mayormente lo conocemos por la zona arqueológica, que es mundialmente famosa, pero es toda un área de producción relacionada no solo desde la antigüedad, sino en la actualidad con los grupos que la han habitado. Y de eso se trata precisamente este gran libro, ¿no? Que como tiene como subtítulo Recetas de la Comunidad. Quisieran pasarme a la siguiente, por favor. A la siguiente imagen. Bueno, aquí está. Pues el libro aborda varios temas de enorme importancia, y una de las cosas que más resaltan de sus páginas es que se muestra esta profunda relación que existe entre la gente del Valle de Teotihuacán y el entorno que lo rodea. No, como lo veremos, no es un entorno sencillo para sobrevivir, tiene periodos de escasez, es el semidesierto, tiene sus problemas, pero esto no parece haber sido un impedimento para que la gente de Teotihuacán creara una extensa relación y una producción de alimentos muy importantes. Aquí, por ejemplo, tenemos que desde la antigüedad pues existen deidades prehispánicas relacionadas con el maíz. Ignoramos siquiera qué lengua se hablaba en Teotihuacán en tiempos en que estaba viva la ciudad, pero parece estar relacionado con alguna versión primitiva de Tlaloc, el dios de la lluvia, que después sería muy conocido en tiempos ya casi de la de la conquista con Tlaloc, de los mexica. Y bueno, pues este libro está lleno de quehaceres y sobre todo de voces de personas que fueron interrogadas y que fueron casi forzadas a darle información sobre cosas que ellos ven cotidianas y que nosotros consideramos sumamente valiosas, como las técnicas culinarias, el conocimiento profundo de los ingredientes y todo este asunto de las temporadas y la parte climática del Valle de Teotihuacán. Si me ayudan con la siguiente, por favor. Gracias. Bueno, todavía no estamos ahí. Ahí está. Desde tiempos prehispánicos existe una importante tradición culinaria en esta área. Ahí tenemos pues un utensilio que es un fogón portátil, para que se observe un poquito cómo era la cocción en estas ollas estilizadas, tan femeninas, por curvilíneas. Y también lo vemos en los murales de Teotihuacán, que son célebres. Ahí tenemos una importante flora retratada de una manera muy realista. Tenemos frijol, tenemos maíz, tenemos calabaza, tenemos muchas cosas que todavía se utilizan hoy. Y bueno, pues hoy en día siempre pensamos, al oír Teotihuacán, pensamos en las pirámides, pensamos en esta zona arqueológica de gran importancia, pero no es lo único que tenemos. Si pasamos a la siguiente imagen, pues podrán ustedes ver cómo el entorno que tenemos en Teotihuacán en la actualidad y desde tiempos pues antiguos es el de un semidesierto, que es un lugar poco proveedor aparentemente, ¿no? Para los que vivimos en la ciudad, pues nosotros vamos al mercado y tenemos todo, pero aquí la gente tenía que sacarle el sustento a la tierra, a las plantas que estaban allí, y por eso tenemos pues una enorme biodiversidad que queda muy clara en las páginas de este libro, porque nos hablan de multitud de ingredientes que hoy incluso están ligados al turismo de más de una forma. Es decir, que pues a veces pensamos en alimentos como los insectos y pues los vemos de una cuestión como turística, un poco exótica, como de reto, pero para esta gente pues no lo era. Esto era parte del entorno cotidiano, de la supervivencia, del sustento. Y como pueden ver, pues ahí tenemos un semidesierto. En esta foto está verde, pero en este momento estará seguramente agotado y gris, no gris, pero muy seco y poco proveedor, todavía más de lo que usualmente es. Si me ayudan con la siguiente, por favor. Vamos a acercarnos en este libro, en sus páginas, a conocer pues todos los insumos y los ingredientes que están en disponibilidad y cuáles han sobrevivido desde tiempos prehispánicos. Hay que recordar que México tiene una gastronomía mestiza y que si bien bebe de fuentes prehispánicas, de fuentes antiguas, pues se ha contagiado, yo pienso que afortunadamente, de múltiples otras culturas y regiones del mundo. Así es que lo que observamos es un quehacer culinario muy mixto, en donde se observan los ingredientes locales mezclándose con técnicas e ingredientes de otros lugares del mundo. Y bueno, aquí tenemos algunos de los básicos con su antecedente prehispánico. En los murales de Tepantitla, por ejemplo, se observa a la gente recogiendo flores junto a plantas de maíz. Hay plantas de cacao que no son de esta área, pero que tenían una importancia cultural y económica, torrentes de agua, animales, reptiles, tortugas, conejos, todo lo que se pudiera comer. Pues aquí en México decimos todo lo que corre o vuela a la cazuela. Y yo creo que aquí aplica de una manera importante. Así es que lo que vemos en este libro es historia también, un poquito la historia y hasta nuestros tiempos recientes, ¿no? Con actores vivos que están hablando y que están dándonos sus conocimientos que pareciera que están en peligro. Algunos de ellos es probable que sí, porque claro que hay una invasión de alimentos de otros lugares del mundo que la economía también ha traído, pero se percibe un núcleo de pensamiento y un núcleo que todavía persiste como parte de su identidad. Si me ayudan a la siguiente, por favor. Vamos ahí a observar algunos de los ingredientes de los que hablamos aquí, bueno, más bien de lo que los autores hablan en este libro, y también un poco de las personas que hablaron para este libro, ¿no? hay una labor etnográfica, hay una labor de recopilación de datos, de ordenamiento, que nos muestra una clara metodología. Esta es una parte que yo quisiera resaltar del libro, porque se fija mucho en lo que dice la gente. El libro está separado en su parte de recetario por temporadas. Es decir, que incluso para cuestiones turísticas, pues deberíamos estar pensando en ser sostenibles con el entorno a la hora de crear una serie de menús que se ajusten a las temporadas para no exigirle a la tierra lo que no nos puede dar en ese momento, y a esto le llamamos hoy sostenibilidad, que era una práctica común hasta hace unos pocos años, cuando nos globalizamos y de repente, pues ahora ya está todo en disponibilidad. Sin embargo, en estas comunidades y con estas personas observamos que todavía este es un conocimiento que persiste y que está allí vivo en cosas como ingredientes como la tuna, que es así muy, muy icónica de allí, los nopales, que están documentados desde muy antiguo, algunas partes del Estado de México, en donde está Totiwakan, bueno, tiene una comida lacustre, y también tenemos una relación con la flora que tiene que ver con el pulque, con el maíz, un maíz criollo muy propio del Valle de Totiwakan, que en este momento pues está siendo investigado y que está cotidianamente en la comida de las personas de allí, ¿no? Entonces, aquí estamos hablando de un libro que propone método y que además da una versión fidedigna, más auténtica de lo que la gente dice sobre su comida, y no es nada más lo que el investigador piensa sobre lo que ve. Esa es la parte que a mí me interesa resaltar del libro, que pues yo sinceramente lo recomiendo muchísimo. Espero que todos puedan tener la oportunidad de adquirirlo de una u otra manera cuando esto sea posible. Y bueno, si me ayudan con la última imagen, pues simplemente hablarles acerca de lo que contiene, nada más recalcar que estamos hablando de una cuestión, de un pensamiento de investigación relacionado con la búsqueda de la sostenibilidad de los entornos y de las sociedades. Estamos hablando de una historia prolongada desde hace miles de años en una misma área cultural. Estamos también hablando del conocimiento culinario que proporciona identidad y nutrición, desde luego. La nutrición, también en uno de los artículos se puede observar el valor nutricional que tienen cada uno de los alimentos o muchos de los alimentos del Valle de Teotihuacán, la labor etnográfica, metodológica para lograrlo, y el reconocimiento de una enorme y valiosa biodiversidad en el Valle de Teotihuacán, a solo unos cuantos kilómetros de esta urbe, la Ciudad de México, que parece consumir vorazmente y destruirlo todo, pero saliendo uno se encuentra con este México rural y también pueblerino, que nosotros llamamos a veces mal de provincia, ¿no? Pero que está completamente vivo y que no, en mi opinión, pues hay poco que rescatar, ¿no? Lo que tendremos que hacer es reconocer el valor y utilizar estas cosas. Y pues eso es el gran valor que tiene este libro de estos autores, bueno, aquí tenemos a dos de ellos, que tenemos a Ariadna, a Oliver, a Huitláhuac Efraín y a Dulce, que hicieron este enorme esfuerzo. Pues yo les agradezco muchísimo. Parece que en algún momento voy a hacer las preguntas que ustedes nos hagan en el panel, en el chat, y pues les dejo la palabra a los autores. Muchas gracias a todos por estar aquí.
Muchas gracias, Alberto. Bueno, ahorita nada más en lo que Oliver prepara la presentación, pues como comentaba Alberto, nosotros nos encontramos en el Valle de Teotihuacán. Somos una región que se encuentra muy cerca de la Ciudad de México, aproximadamente a 50 kilómetros. Y pues bueno, como muchos sabremos, pues la Ciudad de México estaba asentada sobre 5 grandes lagos, ¿no? Estos lagos, pues uno de ellos era el de Texcoco, el cual llegaba hasta la comunidad cercana que se llama Colman, inclusive a Colman en náhuatl quiere decir hasta aquí da vuelta el agua, que era justamente una bahía. O sea, si pensamos a Teotihuacán no como un semidesierto en la época prehispánica, lo podríamos pensar como una bahía, una tierra fértil donde había bastante agua y que inclusive habían bosques, ¿no? Desafortunadamente, pues la degradación en el ecosistema ha sido tal que, bueno, pues actualmente nos encontramos en un semidesierto donde los recursos hídricos se han ido minando muchísimo. Hay un estudio de Sanders, donde habla justamente de cómo pues, se ha ido desecando la región. Sin embargo, nosotros al encontrarnos en un semidesierto, pues podemos pensar que nos encontramos en una región árida, sin mucha diversidad, ¿no? Y basta con comenzar a asomarnos un poco hacia el interior de las prácticas culturales que se dan y en el ecosistema mismo para darnos cuenta de la gran diversidad de la cual disponemos en la región. Totiwakan es un sitio que es muy conocido por esta zona arqueológica, de la cual pues es un punto obligado a los visitantes de la Ciudad de México, ¿no? Voy a comenzar a presentar desde mi celular, espero que lo puedan ver. Ok, espero que ya estén viendo mi pantalla.
No.
Dame un segundo, por favor, es que estoy teniendo problemas técnicos. Dame unos segunditos y ya lo coloco.
Ok, creo que ya comencé a compartirla.
No, no aparece.
No se ve.
Ok, creo que no me lo permite, entonces esperamos a Oliver. Bueno, entonces como les comentaba, nos encontramos muy cerca de la Ciudad de México. Antes somos un sitio que pues justamente se encuentra en el centro de México. Por un lado tenemos el Golfo de México y por el otro lado tenemos el Pacífico. Entonces siempre ha sido una región de confluencia entre este camino que atraviesa el país, pero además dentro de esta región a la que Cuitláhuac Efraín le denomina la Colhuacan, el cual era un antiguo reino, el cual pues se comprende una tradición cultural semejante que es en el estado de Hidalgo, un poco la relación de la cultura de la barbacoa, el pulque, el consumo de los insectos como los chinicuiles o los gusanos de maguey, y a su vez pues tenemos esta cultura gastronómica o cultura alimentaria lacustre, ¿no? Que se comparte con la región de Texcoco, donde se consumen, por ejemplo, huevos de ahuautle, los cuales son una hueva de musgo que se consumía cotidianamente hasta hace muy pocos años. Y bueno, también el consumo de los acosiles, por ejemplo, que son elementos o los mezclapiques, que son tamales que se hacen a partir de pequeñas especies lacustres, como pueden ser charales, que son los pescaditos muy pequeños, o de hueva de pescado. Si nos vamos a la siguiente, Oli, de favor. Y bueno, como les comentaba, más o menos el Valle de Totiwakan se encuentra pues representado en el mapita que vamos a ver en la siguiente diapositiva. Nos encontramos en el centro de México y bueno, son varios municipios que comprenden y que estamos pues un poquito más en una altitud un poquito más alta que la de la Ciudad de México. Y bueno, nos encontramos alrededor de varias montañas, ¿no? Que consideramos sagradas, ¿no? Si alcanzan a ver detrás de la pirámide de la fotografía, pues es la pirámide que conocemos como la pirámide del Sol. Y si notan, hay una montaña que tiene un perfil muy parecido al de la pirámide. Esto, pues bueno, muchos arqueólogos refieren a que justamente esta ciudad había sido construida a semejanza de las montañas sagradas que componían el valle, ¿no? Y justamente en uno de estos montañas, la que vemos al fondo, pues comenzaba a ser víctima del extractivismo y sobre todo de la minería para la construcción del que era el proyecto del nuevo aeropuerto internacional de la Ciudad de México, al igual que muchos cerros y muchas montañas que se encuentran alrededor del Valle de Totiwakan. Esto pues para nosotros fue una preocupación porque bueno, tenía que ver con un importante impacto en el ecosistema y pues bueno, al tener un impacto en el ecosistema pues íbamos a tener un impacto justamente en la cultura alimentaria, ¿no? En las prácticas alimentarias cotidianas. Al igual que, bueno, al estar haciendo este proyecto, pues muchas personas que venían a vender estos productos lacustres para la alimentación comenzaban a referir que ya no vendrían más a vender porque, bueno, ya no iba a ser posible la producción de estas pequeñas especies justamente porque se estaba desecando el lago para la construcción de este aeropuerto, el cual, pues bueno, fue frenado el proyecto, pero pues logramos perder muchas de las tradiciones culinarias de las cuales disponían, como la del consumo del ahuautle, que por ejemplo los días lunes se conseguía en los mercados locales. Con ese interés justamente pues trabajar un poco el tema de la pérdida de la biodiversidad, pues a lo mejor encontrábamos vía la alimentación un canal idóneo para reconocer y reapropiarnos del valor histórico-cultural que tenemos en la alimentación y sus relaciones íntimas con la biodiversidad local. Nos vamos a la siguiente, Oli, por favor. Y en ese sentido, pues bueno, surgió la idea de hacer un recetario. Esto fue a partir también de una primera experiencia previa que tuvimos en Michoacán, donde, bueno, reconocer que también la cultura alimentaria mexicana ha sido declarada como Patrimonio Inmaterial de la UNESCO, justamente por el ejemplo del estado de Michoacán. Y bueno, pues muchas veces se habla de la cocina de Michoacán, pero pocas veces se habla de las culturas alimentarias purépechas, que son el pueblo originario que viven principalmente en el estado de Michoacán, además de otros 8 pueblos. Pero bueno, el que más le da sustento a esta declaratoria pues es justamente gracias a las prácticas alimentarias del pueblo purépecha. Y bueno, en el 2013 se nos invitó por un grupo de mujeres de la Cañada de los 11 Pueblos a trabajar un pequeño recetario. Ellas en realidad lo que querían era hacer un proyecto de cocina local. Pero bueno, algo que ellas referían constantemente es que llegaban muchos chefs a entrevistarlas a partir de la declaratoria con este boom patrimonializante que se estaba dando en el estado, pues que muchas personas llegaban a entrevistarlas, a pedirles recetas, a tomarles fotografías, a platicar con ellas. Sin embargo, pues estas personas se iban y después ellas se daban cuenta que habían chefs o eventos gastronómicos en la ciudad de Morelia donde se estaban presentando los platillos y las recetas que ellas habían proporcionado. De alguna manera, a modo de burla, las señoras nos dijeron que pues si no les podíamos apoyar en hacer un recetario, porque pues de esa manera al menos podrían reclamar los derechos de autoría por el libro que tenían publicado, ¿no? Entonces en ese momento se elaboró este recetario comunitario con la comunidad de la Cañada de los 11 Pueblos, donde participaron muchas mujeres. Y bueno, al final del día ellas decidieron no publicar el libro, prefirieron guardar estas recetas para la misma comunidad y sobre todo para dejarlo como legado a las futuras generaciones. A partir de esta experiencia previa, pues bueno, fue que nosotros tuvimos el interés de realizar esto en casa, en el Valle de Totiwakan, y pues justamente con el interés de tener a lo mejor un espacio donde se pudiera hablar justamente de la alimentación y su relación íntima con los ecosistemas, ¿no? Entendida como un patrimonio biocultural. A partir de ello, pues bueno, realizamos diferentes talleres, entrevistas y sesiones de cocina con miembros de las comunidades de San Francisco Mazapa, Santa María Coatlán, San Juan Teotihuacán, San Martín de las Pirámides, Santiago Tolman, San Isidro del Progreso y San Agustín Actipac, donde pues básicamente nos fuimos hasta las cocinas de las personas locales y además de que estuvimos trabajando con los clubes de la tercera edad aquí en el Valle de Totihuacán. Se suelen reunir en cada una de las comunidades una vez a la semana las personas de la tercera edad, ¿no? Y fue ahí donde pudimos tener espacio para conversar con ellos, para dialogar con ellos. Y algo que para mí en lo particular fue de peculiar interés fue justamente que ellos comenzaron pues si bien nos daban sus recetas de alimentación cotidiana, de pronto comenzaron comenzar a remitirnos a recetas de alimentos que se consumían en épocas de guerra, de la revolución, o inclusive de momentos de sequía o de precariedad, ¿no? Y fue ahí donde yo tuve un peculiar interés en analizar muchas de estas estrategias alimentarias frente a adversidades que estas comunidades contaban, ¿no? Y que tenían todavía pues, de las cuales se disponen, ¿no? A partir del conocimiento de las personas mayores, ¿no? Y a partir de ello, pues comenzar a denostar que, pues bueno, si bien contamos con una cultura alimentaria, la cual pues tiene un valor cultural importante, pues también era importante comenzar a rastrear o indagar sobre el valor nutricional, histórico y sobre todo en términos de biodiversidad y preservación del ecosistema que esta alimentación tiene, ¿no? Entendemos, por ejemplo, que las comunidades nos decían, los miembros de la comunidad nos decían, bueno, es que aquí no te mueres de hambre, o sea, si no tienes dinero no pasa nada, te sales, te vas al monte, recolectas un poco de hierbas y entonces pues tendrás una comida para el día de hoy, ¿no? Aún permanecen muchas nopaleras, muchos terrenos que tienen nopales. Y pues bueno, a veces es muy común ver a la comunidad que está recolectando tunas o choconostes, que son estas frutillas que los nopales tienen. Y al igual que nopales, ¿no? De los cuales pues la comunidad dispone de manera inmediata, ¿no? Y gratuita, ¿no? Entonces, podríamos comenzar a definir entonces una alimentación que además de ser accesible, es económicamente accesible a la comunidad, pero también es nutricionalmente y culturalmente adecuada, ¿no? Si nos vamos a la siguiente, por favor, Oli. Y bueno, estas son algunas de las fotografías de los talleres que tuvimos con la comunidad. Logramos recuperar alrededor de 90 recetas, las cuales hay algunas que no logramos reconstruir del todo. Por eso, pues, en el recetario encontramos un aproximado de 70 recetas, las cuales pues están también divididas, ¿no? Por, como comentaba el doctor Alberto, por temporadas, además de por el uso que se les da. Tenemos alimentos rituales muy marcados, como pueden ser los moles para las fiestas, los charales y conopales, que son estos pescaditos, que son específicamente para momentos en los que se guarda luto, por ejemplo, o la barbacoa, ¿no? Que es uno de los alimentos más icónicos de la región, junto con el pulque. Y bueno, en la portada del libro tenemos esos tamalitos que se pueden ver aquí en la parte superior derecha de la pantalla, que bueno, son los tamales de Judas, que es un tamal que es muy poco documentado y es un tamal que se hace a partir de maíz molido como pinole y no está nixtamalizado y que va relleno de alberjón. Estos tamales justamente se consumen en estas fechas para la época de Semana Santa, ya que bueno, antes las personas pues durante los días que se guardaba el respeto a estos días de Semana Santa, pues bueno, generalmente los cocinaban los días martes para que durante el miércoles, jueves y viernes las personas no tuvieran que cocinar y bueno, para que los gatos o los animales no los alcanzaran, los colgaban de un árbol, ¿no? Y dejaban que se orearan o que se quedaran al aire libre y de esta manera ellos poder disponer de estos tamalitos que comerían fríos durante estos días en los que se guarda este ritual del ayuno y de la cuaresma, ¿no? Nos vamos a la siguiente, Oli, por favor. Y bueno, también logramos rastrear algunas de las especies principales con las que se elaboran estos alimentos y pues también ahí pudimos darnos cuenta de la degradación en el ecosistema actual, ¿no? Muchas de las personas remiten que pues todo el Valle de Totiwakan generalmente tenía tejocotes, que son unas frutitas amarillitas, siempre me cuesta trabajo decir la palabra. Son unas frutitas amarillitas que se consumen, por ejemplo, en el ponche navideño. Y que bueno, todo el Valle de Totiwakan contaba este tipo de árboles y actualmente pues es muy difícil encontrar estos árboles, ¿no? En el Valle de Totiwakan. Además de, bueno, la progresiva desecación que nos habla de que antes pues teníamos pequeños cuerpos de aguas a los que se les conoce como jagüeyes y pues bueno, actualmente no los tenemos, pero pues con la desaparición de estos jagüeyes pues también hemos perdido especies endémicas de ajolote, ¿no? Que son estos anfibios mexicanos que ahora están un poco de moda por todo el tema de la secuencia genética que tienen. Y además de que eran considerados pues animaletos que eran ocupados para la medicina tradicional, ¿no? Que podían sacar a veces inclusive de neumonía a las personas. Y bueno, además de esto, pues pudimos constatar también esta relación intrínseca que hay entre la alimentación y la salud, ¿no? Estos alimentos que también sirven para curar. Y bueno, a partir de ello también algo que no mencioné al principio de la plática es que, bueno, algo que para nosotros era como muy peculiar y que también nos daba mucho interés por investigar la cocina del Valle de Totiwakan, era justamente el hecho de que las personas mayores llegan a vidas muy buenas, que era de la comunidad de San Francisco Mazapa, pues él llegó a vivir más de 100 años, ¿no? Y que inclusive se cuenta que él iba y venía a la Ciudad de México en bicicleta con más de 80 años, ¿no? Y con un poco de ceguera, él iba y venía en bicicleta, ¿no? Entonces, para mí era como muy importante analizar qué había en su alimentación entonces, porque seguramente era uno de los factores que propiciaron que la calidad de su vida haya sido pues tan buena, ¿no? Y de esta manera, pues sí, justamente cuando entrevistábamos a estas personas de la tercera edad, muchos de ellos también relataron que muchos de sus padres pues, llegaron a vivir inclusive hasta más de 115, 120 años, ¿no? Personas que fueron realmente muy longevas gracias a pues, también a la alimentación y al estilo de vida que llevaban. Si nos vamos a la que sigue, Ali, por favor. Y bueno, para ir cerrando mi participación, pues bueno, a pesar de la degradación en los ecosistemas que se han sufrido a lo largo del tiempo en el Valle de Totiwakan, los procesos de urbanización, la creciente urbanización que hay de la Ciudad de México, actualmente la carretera que llega hasta la ciudad de Pachuca, que es, dijéramos, la siguiente ciudad que tenemos, pues realmente nosotros podamos ver que nunca se acaba la ciudad, ¿no? Continúa siempre por la carretera. Y a pesar de ello, pues bueno, todavía encontramos un modelo de alimentación marcado por la estación. Tenemos repertorios de primavera. Ahora mismo se consumen las flores de muchas yucas, de árboles de colorín, por ejemplo. En verano se consumen quelites, se consumen hongos, se consumen algunos elementos de la misma milpa que comienzan a darse en esta temporada. Tenemos alimentos de otoño y tenemos alimentos de invierno, ¿no? Estas estrategias alimentarias frente a contingencias o inclusive frente a la sequía, ¿no? Para nosotros, pues esperar desde diciembre hasta mayo la caída de agua, pues es todo un reto, ¿no? Porque no tenemos agua durante este periodo, ¿no? Y bueno, también tenemos una noción de historicidad de la comunidad acerca de su alimentación. Se remiten mucho, o sea, es tan fuerte el pasado prehispánico que esta ciudad tiene, que tiene un importante peso dentro de la misma narrativa de la comunidad alrededor de su historia. Y bueno, también encontramos estas estrategias alimentarias para temporadas de escasez, ¿no? Y bueno, a lo que yo llamaría, y en la parte donde yo escribo en este recetario, es que justamente es un modelo de alimentación resiliente, ¿no? Que sabe cómo disponer de los alimentos a pesar de la escasez, o que inclusive en estos tiempos de pandemia donde pues en México hemos sufrido gravemente por problemas de la obesidad y mala alimentación que la población tiene, pues realmente con el análisis que hace Dulce Hernández sobre los elementos nutricionales de la alimentación del Valle de Totiwakan, pues ella demuestra de que es una alimentación pues con muchos beneficios nutricionalmente hablando, ¿no? Y que inclusive pues es un legado que el mismo Valle de Totiwakan puede dar, al menos a las culturas alimentarias del Valle de México, que compartimos elementos o especies que se pueden disponer también en otras regiones del Valle de México, de las cuales pues se puede uno estar regresando o retomar estas recetas justamente para mejorar la calidad de vida y la salud de las personas, ¿no? La que sigue, Oli. Y bueno, hemos encontrado algunos cambios en la alimentación, sin embargo, aún se mantienen parámetros a partir de estos cambios en los ecosistemas. Hemos encontrado también cambios en los paradigmas de la alimentación que pues tienen que ver con la cercanía con la Ciudad de México, ¿no? A pesar de que tenemos o disponemos de este modelo alimentario que es mucho más saludable, pues bueno, el consumo de alimentos ultraprocesados pues es una realidad en México, ¿no? Y bueno, también hay un prejuicio muy importante acerca del cultivo de estos alimentos y que inclusive, ¿no? Hasta hace muy pocos años el sembrar o el poder producir estas frutillas de choconostle, que son estas frutitas de nopal, pues antes era considerado de gente pobre, ¿no? Este prejuicio alrededor de las prácticas alimentarias pues también ha ido mucho en detrimento de su uso y de su ejercicio. Y bueno, los dejo con Oliver, que les va a hablar sobre los apartados del libro. Y bueno, los invitamos a descargar el recetario, que al final de la presentación les vamos a estar haciendo llegar el link.
Ok, muchas gracias, Ariadna. Bueno, mucho gusto a todos. Un gusto estar aquí presente con este pequeño conversatorio. En mi caso, me gustaría hablarles un poquito del contenido, justamente de todo lo que hicimos a lo largo de este documento. Una cuestión que me gustaría remarcar es esta parte en la que nos centramos en dos apartados centrales. Justamente mientras estábamos haciendo el trabajo etnográfico y la investigación, nos dimos cuenta de que las recetas eran bastante interesantes, pero que también el contexto en el que se estaban desarrollando cada receta era bastante interesante y de hecho nutría y contextualizaba y complementaba de manera bastante rica las recetas como tal. Y en este caso, un proyecto que comenzó siendo un recetario, que sí iba a tener una pequeña parte de investigación, al final del día terminó convirtiéndose en toda una investigación profunda, en la que prácticamente la mitad del recetario del libro como tal corresponde a textos académicos y la otra mitad son las recetas. En este caso, lo que quisimos hacer es una pequeña aproximación histórica de cómo se ha ido desarrollando la evolución de la gastronomía teotihuacana. Es importante checar esta parte, revisar esta parte de la evolución de la gastronomía, porque nosotros partimos de un escenario donde tenemos una ciudad prehispánica que se llama Totiwakan, que en realidad no conocemos su nombre, y no conocemos a ciencia cierta quiénes fueron los personajes que estuvieron viviendo en esta zona. Sin embargo, tenemos una esencia gastronómica que aún pervive y que aún tiene remanentes hasta la actualidad. Si bien no conocemos el nombre como tal de esta zona prehispánica, sí conocemos gran parte de sus alimentos, de su vida cotidiana, de los rituales que se vinculaban justamente con la familia y con la gastronomía. Una cosa muy interesante de México y que de hecho tiene mucho que ver con la parte prehispánica es justamente este ritual de la comida. La comida es una parte muy importante dentro de la construcción familiar del mexicano. Usualmente hacemos comida por todo, que 15 años, que no sé, Año Nuevo, cualquier fiesta es pretexto para hacer una comida, y una comida tradicional y no solamente familiar, sino se invita al pueblo, se invita a todas las personas que nosotros consideramos fraternas con nosotros. Este básicamente es uno de los grandes herencias que tenemos de la cultura teotihuacana en la actualidad. Sin embargo, también debemos entender que la cocina teotihuacana del Valle, en particular, también se nutre mucho de la época colonial, cuando tenemos esta reconversión y esta adaptación de ingredientes e insumos traídos desde el viejo continente a los que nosotros ya teníamos aquí en Teotihuacán. Y otra cuestión interesante aquí es que realmente no existe una sustitución en este momento. Más bien es una adaptación. Ambos tipos de alimentos se comienzan a vincular de manera un poquito, ¿cómo determinarlo? Como fraterna, como amigable, vaya. Y realmente no hay como una imposición de la gastronomía española en detrimento de la gastronomía prehispánica, sino más bien es una fusión de sabores y de saberes. Justamente, esta es una parte interesante del libro, cómo vamos cambiando de una visión netamente prehispánica, donde ya tenemos todo un contexto previamente construido, hacia una época colonial donde se va adaptando, que si bien hay otros procesos como la religión, como la guerra, etcétera, que sí fueron más bien impuestos, en la gastronomía no se dio tanto esto. Fue un poquito más amistoso el trato, la conversión, el choque cultural. En este caso en particular, me gustaría aportar un poquito de lo que nos dijo la doctora Verónica Ortega Cabrera, justamente en relación a la forma en que la gastronomía prehispánica se comienza a vincular con estos procesos coloniales. Más allá de esta parte, en un segundo estadio de esta investigación, tenemos un poco lo que tiene que ver con los procesos de la revolución y el porfiriato. Entramos en esta dinámica mexicana donde se comienza a ver una visión nacionalista desde el gobierno. El gobierno quiere que justamente México se adapte a este término de la mexicanidad, que no era otra cosa que convertir a toda la parte indígena a lo que ellos denominaban el México moderno, básicamente abandonar un poco el México indígena, el México rural, para adaptarse a las nuevas tecnologías y a las modas contemporáneas. En este caso sí comienzan a darse un pequeño punto de quiebre, ¿no? Sobre todo con las bebidas tradicionales, en este caso el pulque. Ustedes sabrán que el pulque tuvo esta dinámica de constante ataque por parte del gobierno para cambiar justamente la mentalidad del mexicano y que optara por otras bebidas un poquito más de la modernidad. La bebida por excelencia en este caso fue la cerveza, que hasta cierto punto llegó a sustituir al pulque como la bebida tradicional típica mexicana, al menos dentro del colectivo general mexicano. Después de esto, vamos avanzando un poquito en la historia, básicamente, y llegamos a la época contemporánea, donde nos damos cuenta que aún pese a la globalización y a todas estas dinámicas del mundo globalizado y capitalista, todavía existen muchos escenarios en el contexto teotihuacano donde las personas aún van a recolectar los insectos, donde aún están muy metidos en la parte rural, conservan sus tierras, les gusta ir al campo, les gusta ir a recolectar animales, les gusta ir a pescar, etc. Básicamente, La gastronomía como tal, gracias a todo este remanente y toda esta evolución histórica que ha tenido, se convierte en un medio de resistencia de la comida tradicional y típica mexicana y además del contexto mexicano con relación a las imposiciones de la globalización. Justamente esta parte es como la parte central, ¿no?, de esta investigación, porque mediante este recetario justamente lo que se busca es acercar este conocimiento a las nuevas generaciones, que de repente son las que se comienzan a desvincular un poquito más de los conocimientos ancestrales. Y decirles, ¿sabes qué? Está muy bien la parte de la globalización, etcétera, pero también tenemos la parte de la tradición, de la autenticidad. Y realmente toda esta parte de la autenticidad de la tradición no solamente es una dinámica cultural que tenemos que conservar porque es nuestra tradición, nuestra herencia, etcétera, sino que además se vincula con la vida de nuestros padres, de nuestros abuelos, y además con toda una serie de procesos de nutrición. En este recetario, el último apartado justamente tiene que ver con la parte nutrimental. Nos damos cuenta de que no solamente tenemos un contexto histórico y prehispánico muy rico, sino que además los ingredientes y las recetas que estamos vinculando realmente son alimentos de alta calidad y son alimentos que han permitido sobrevivir a Totiwakan justamente a la época sobre todo de la revolución, cuando hubo una gran cantidad de ocupaciones militares en la zona. Un poco lo que hablaba Ariadna de la resiliencia y de este traspaso de la gastronomía y de la comida en épocas un poco de escasez. En nuestro caso de Totiwakan, asumo que la parte en la que fue un poquito más drástica esta visión de tener que estar sobreviviendo y tener que estar recolectando y buscando alternativas alimentarias fue justamente en esa transición del porfiriato y la Revolución Mexicana. ¿Por qué? Porque Totiwakan fue uno de los principales escenarios de ocupación militar de la zona. Sin ir tan lejos, además de la gastronomía, la misma zona arqueológica se vio bastante afectada por estas ocupaciones. Hubo saqueos, hubo traspasos a la zona arqueológica, hubo destrucción de monumentos por parte de los cuerpos militares en aquella época. De hecho, hay registro de todo esto. Sin embargo, la gastronomía aún logró mantenerse y de hecho logró readaptarse y logró revincularse hacia las nuevas dinámicas. Se generaron nuevos procesos de cocción, nuevos procesos de producción, ingredientes que ya se estaban entrando en desuso volvieron a ser retomados justamente para sobrevivir a este tipo de dinámicas de guerra. Básicamente, esos son los puntos que nosotros estamos retomando en nuestra investigación. En este caso, solamente me gustaría cerrar mi participación reconociendo y dándole las gracias a todas las personas que nos apoyaron a lo largo de la obtención de la información. Las recetas salen del pueblo, obviamente, y son personas que con gusto nos están ofreciendo esta información para poder tener este receptáculo, este repositorio y este compendio que al final del día se convierte en una memoria colectiva de todas las personas y de esta parte en particular de la historia de Totiwakan. Y bueno, con esto yo creo que cerraría mi participación. En este momento le cedo la palabra a los
Muchas
coordinadores.
gracias, Oli, Ariana, y Alberto. Thank you everyone for a wonderful panel on Totiwakan cuisine, foodways, and this wonderful book. I believe Ariana is going to put the link for people to potentially check out the book in an PDF form, if you want to share that. But I think also I invite y'all to answer the looming questions that are here still as we transition to our next panel that I am very honored and interested in presenting Marcelo, who is, sorry, let me just make them highlight them. But yes, yes, okay, cool. Let's make them a spotlight. Cool. I will introduce Marcelo and another co-moderator for today, Hali Zandi. Forgive me if I mispronounced your name. I will introduce both of y'all, and as I introduce them, y'all will hopefully coordinate with your panelists. But it is my honor to introduce Marcelo Garzo Montalvo, PhD in comparative ethnic studies, and they are a indigenous Latinx musician and danzante who focus a lot of their scholar activist work in bridging research and activism to focus on decolonization and intergenerational, intercultural healing. Hallie Zandi is a mother, land-based activist, co-founder, and director of Planting Justice, a community-based organization based in different parts of Cuisine, the South San Francisco East Bay area, committed to food sovereignty, economic justice, and community healing. I'll give them the floor to essentially take over this panel and talk about, what Plants Justice is about, and the panel called for today, Planting Justice, Decolonization, Abolition, and Food Systems Change. Take it away, y'all.
Mari, Kampuche, Panyi, Pulamien. You can all see my slide here. Saludos to everyone. Greetings. We're really honored to be here as Planting Justice, as a collective, to participate in the Biomigrations conversation today. Thank you so much for including us. My name is Dr. Marcelo Garza Montalvo. I'm going to get us started with my chosen sibling, Hallie Zandi, the co-director of Planting Justice. We have the task of just opening the space and helping us move through some of the questions we want to do today. I just want to start by giving thanks for another day of life, and the opportunity to be here, to be part of this community, part of this conversation. And I want to acknowledge my Ohlone relatives here in Cuisine. I'm in Cuisine, Chochenyo speaking, Lishan, Muwekma, Ohlone territory here, AKA Berkeley, California. So I just want to give thanks to them for allowing me to be here in their traditional territories and waters. And so we're going to be sharing a lot of our stories and some of our work as Planting Justice. But my kind of intention just to open is to offer some concepts that have helped us really guide the work, but also actually concepts that have come out of doing the work. So I'm going to go through some definitions. So just a fair warning, a lot of text, but I'm just going to kind of take us through some slides that really allowed us to make sure that we have a shared definition of decolonization, abolition, and food sovereignty. And then we're going to go into the work, how that shows up in our work. But we're going to start with just some of the really key concepts that will frame our conversation today. The first of that is settler colonialism and decolonization. Here in solidarity and connecting with the land back movement as a way that has manifested, but also scholars here, indigenous and ethnic studies scholars who have written about decolonization in relation to settler colonialism, right? And it being really about land, right? It coming down to our relationship to land. It's our relationship to land as a way to understand that is one of the key sites of violence of colonialism, and also therefore one of our key sites of healing. I just want to point to this, the last sentence here, and this kind of shorthand concept for what settler colonialism looks like is this idea of it's a structure, not an event, right? So this violence is not temporally contained in the arrival of the settler. So it's not only when the settler arrives, but also is reasserted each day of occupation. So this is why Patrick Wolf emphasizes that settler colonialism is a structure and not an event, right? So that means it's not just something that happened in the past, it's something that still mediates our relationships today, right? To the land, through private property, and to each other through capitalism and all these different systems of power that are still rooted in these historical systems, right? They haven't necessarily transformed radically. And so that's the kind of work that we're trying to do, and really in partnership and inspiration and in collaboration with the Segurite Land Trust is a group that we work with and we partner with as Planting Justice. And we're really inspired and grounded in this concept of rematriation, right? So they talk about decolonization as rematriation. And so they pointed us to this resource from Native scholar Stephen Newcomb, who really thought about and wrote about rematriation, right, in relation to what sometimes is called repatriation, which is like is itself a project. But here, the definition of rematriation that guides this work is, quote, to restore a living culture to its rightful place on Mother Earth, or to restore a people to a spiritual way of life in sacred relationship with their ancestral lands without external interference. As a concept, rematriation acknowledges that our ancestors lived in spiritual relationship with our lands for thousands of years, and that we have a sacred duty to maintain that relationship for the benefit of our future generations. And so here, decolonization again is, for us, it's about our relationships, right? So it's our relationship to land, our relationship to our indigenous relatives, who are the original stewards of different territories where we live. Here in Cuisine, we work with our Ohlone relatives, but wherever we're doing food sovereignty work, I hope we're working with our indigenous relatives who are the original stewards of that place, as well as healing this relationship with our own indigeneity, right? Our own root to the land, our own relationship to our ancestors, and how these ways of living are also in all of our ancestral memories, and how are we connecting with that through this work. Another kind of concept, right, that's in the title that's important for our work at Planting Justice is this idea of abolition. Abolition in particular means here to abolish the prison industrial complex. So here we're borrowing from our relatives in critical resistance, who write really clearly what this looks like. So I'm just going to read this as well. So the struggle to abolish the prison industrial complex is a political vision with the goal of eliminating imprisonment, policing, and surveillance, and creating lasting alternatives to punishment and imprisonment. Abolition isn't just about getting rid of buildings full of cages. It's also about undoing the society we live in, because the prison industrial complex both feeds on and maintains oppression and inequalities through punishment, violence, and controls millions of people. An abolitionist vision means that we must build models today that can represent how we want to live in the future. It means developing practical strategies for taking steps, small steps, that move us towards making our dreams real and that lead us all to believe that things really could be different. It means living this vision in our daily lives, right? So this has really been a guiding force for the work of Planting Justice, in terms of thinking about how can the work we're doing in terms of food justice, food sovereignty, working with gardening and working with plants, be that way that we make this world real, right? And we make this world that we want to live in part of our daily lives, right? That we realize these abolition dreams of a world beyond police and prisons as the way that we deal with the social and cultural problems in our communities. And so the last kind of movement history that I want to bring that has been really important. And again, I'm speaking as somebody who's been on the board of directors of Planting Justice for on and off for the last 10 years, as long as the organization has been around. I was also privileged to be on the education staff on and off for many years. And that's how I came to really understand all these concepts, including this idea of food sovereignty. And so food sovereignty is something that is really framing this biomigrations conversation, but I really wanted to just share a little movement history that I learned in the work, which is that this work, food sovereignty, is really for the first time, like really articulated, meaning like really like conceptualized and created by this group Via Campesina, right? So one of the largest social movements in the world. It's a worldwide umbrella organization that organizes billions of landless workers. And what La Via Campesina came out of was a very particular set of dialogues that happened in the late 80s and early 90s that were guided by this thing, this prophecy that we understand as the story of the eagle and the condor. And that's what's represented then in these images here with the Americas, with Abya Yala, with the continent, and the eagle and the condor. So the eagle is the confederation of the people of the north, and the confederation of the condor is the people of the south. There's also the confederation of the Quetzal which is those of us who come from Central America, that area of Anahuac, Abiyala. But right, so right around in preparation for 1992, while there was a lot of folks that were about to celebrate 500 years of the arrival of Columbus, there was a whole group of folks that got together, Indigenous, Black, and popular movements that said, we don't have anything to celebrate, right? Actually, if there's anything to celebrate, we're celebrating 500 years of resistance and survival, despite everything that has arrived here in this continent from colonization. So here they say, 500 años, aquí estamos, right? Here we are, we're still here, we're still growing our food, we're still dancing, we're still maintaining these relationships. And so I just wanna point to this also when we talk about food sovereignty, we're talking about continuing 500 years of Indigenous, Black, and popular resistance. So I just wanna share that as kind of some of our roots, some of our frameworks. And I'm gonna use that as a transition to turn it over to Hale, who's gonna take us through how does this work look like for us in planting justice here in Huichin. Omete, Hale.
Thank you so much, Marcelo. Salam, my name is Hale. It's good to be here with everyone. And thank you, Marcelo, for connecting us with these movements. I'll just share a broad overview of the work of planting justice before getting into the speakers' stories. Marcelo, if you'll go to the next screen. So for the past 12 years, we've been operating these programs. We have a landscaping service. This is a program that designs and builds gardens at people's homes and with communities. So that's anything from planting fruit trees, building raised beds, doing gray water systems or rainwater catchment tanks, chicken coops, beehives. We have, for the past 7 years, been building a 4-acre farm that has over 2,000 different varieties of fruit and nut trees. 2,000 different plants with a broad variety of fruit and nut trees, berry bushes, an understory of herbs and flowers. And that's in El Sobrante, uphill from Richmond. Most of our staff work at our 2-acre nursery site in Deep East Oakland. That's where we partner with Segoriate Land Trust to rematriate the land there, and we're shipping plants all across the country. We have certified organic plants that this month it's been about $85,000 in plant sales, incredible. And most staff can walk to work, live in the neighborhood, and have been living there for decades. Like Marcelo mentioned, we have an education program. This has been taking place at Oakland high schools, San Quentin State Prison, Maple Street Jail in San Mateo County. We've been at other sites of incarceration. And we've developed a curriculum that's really hands-on and about nutrition and gardening and plant medicine. We also have a street fundraising team, and they're talking about the work that we're doing and raising small donations, getting community support, building partnerships. And next slide, if that's okay, thank you. Our upcoming projects, we have an aquaponics cooperative training center that we just got access to next door to our nursery in Deep East Oakland. And this property needs a lot of renovation and cleaning. It's got toxins on site, but a big dream. So Aquaponics Cooperative Training Center is going to be there in the future and also plans to rematriate the land. And the other project in our future is in El Sobrante near our farm, where we're going to have a commercial kitchen for the first time, and a larger educational center, an urban farm store, and expand our nursery. And we did that in partnership with a church. So that's the overview that I have so that we can get into the speakers. And Marcelo, go ahead.
Sure, yeah. So the work that Hale and I wanted to do in terms of just introducing some of the work is really to just kind of like create a little bit of a container for us to have a conversation today with the folks who are doing the work for planting justice on these different teams. So again, I sit on the board of directors, so I'm speaking from that position. Hale is a co-director, and we're going to hear from different staff members that are doing really all this transformative work in our communities, and also all have their own relationships. And so I also just want to flag that it's really cool that a lot of us haven't even really met and built relationships. So y'all gonna watch us building this community in this privilege, in the, having the privilege to have this space through this conference to share these stories. So our first question for each of our panelists is, how does the work we do connect to your own personal, familial, ancestral, and community histories, migrations, and relationships with land? And I'm going to stop the share so that we can see all of our beautiful faces. Awesome. Hale, can you remind me who we had an order, right?
Sol.
Sol goes first.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sol Mercado. I want to share a little bit about my background. I just recently got out from prison from doing 16 years. And I'm currently a nursing technician at Planting Justice in Oakland. Working for Planting Justice has been a huge blessing for me because it has helped me to reconnect with my ancestry, like my family, like community, and has taught me to appreciate the land. It has taught me to give back to the community and to learn. I have learned so much that has helped me to connect with my family in Puerto Rico, and just it's I can't even begin to express how much Planting Justice has done for me in my own personal family and in my background and everything. It's just amazing to the work they do, and I'm really looking forward to be more connected and more getting involved in organization. Thank you.
Okay, I'm next. Hi, everyone. My name is Najoni. I work for the Segurite Land Trust. As everyone mentioned earlier, we're urban indigenous women-led land trust. And I'm from Oakland. Family's been here for a very long time. Some of the migrations that both sides of my families have been a part of have been forced displacement. So not necessarily, moving places for a better life, but in terms of the circumstances, it's not a good story. So a lot of that it's a lot of reflection on that history, but also it's been a way to not only look back and learn from the past, but to move forward with informed decisions and to move forward with that wisdom of, going through those experiences.
Las personas que están escuchando español, ¿sí me escuchan? Yo creo que era porque estaba interpretando, pero estaba en mudo. Y espero que me puedan escuchar ahorita. Nashoni dice que ha estado, puede estar más conectada con la comunidad y poder proporcionar cosas para otras personas y conectar y poder dar comida, que es muy importante para nosotros, la distribución.
Providing more access.
Maricela, are you here? Would you like to share next?
I don't think Marcela's here.
I have not been able to connect with Maricela either. I'm so
Okay.
sorry. I'm
That's
so
okay.
sorry. And I'm here interpreting. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Les. Bobby?
You're welcome.
Hello.
How you
Can
doing?
you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I was making sure I could be heard.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I've just recently come home after doing 23 years in prison. And during that time, I took an interest in permaculture, landscape, and design while I was in prison. Once I got out, being able to connect with Planting Justice, it gave me a sense of, gave me a direct connection with being able to re-enter into society and use those skill sets and those trades and those visions that I accumulated there. It gave me a place to make them real in the real life. And that was a welcoming that isn't often afforded any other way, you know. And I like the fact of the grounding that was given to me, because coming forward with just the ideals of landscape and design, and having been exposed to how the aesthetics can affect the community and how it affected me, that's what gave my passion towards this work. And so I looked at it more so as just a career. But once I got with Planting Justice and got with TYY, I started doing the work here with Planting Justice, it began to show me a different, the more grounding aspects of it with regards to teaching about the permaculture and the principles. It's not just about aesthetics. It's about making sure that we work with the ecosystem and start to work with the nature itself to make sure that things sustain itself with the gray water catchment systems, and, you know, learn how to work together with nature to provide for the crisis that we all face, like in this time with global warming and everything else that we see, the different byproducts of, and me too in my life being a byproduct of those injustices of our just neglect for humanity and the substance thereof. So I just thank PJ for giving me more than just an opportunity to pursue a career, but also to look at the substance and the ground and, you know, and the roots that's beneath everything that we lay, everything that we do. So we plant, we use some treated wood on something one year, and we expect that 5 years later it won't have an effect. Well, then that means that we're not looking being socially responsible for our actions, for our, you know, what it is that we're doing in the long haul. So just looking at the principles that it has been provided, those grounding factors mean a lot for me at PJ when it takes it beyond just a job or income, to make sure it's about principles and ethics and everything that you do. And so that, as well as reconnected with my nativity, you know, that was big for me, you know, as an African, identified as a Black African man in America, you know, sometimes my nativity of my father's side often got suppressed. And so being able to have PJ to also remind me that it's okay to make sure that I maintain that balance of my identity and understanding my nativity, as well as my urban experience, and still pushing forward to, you know, bring forth my talents to provide for others. Just being able to merge it all and make it all make sense and be practical in this world. I can't thank PG enough for that. So as a platform and as a genuine blueprint of what it looks like moving forward to really make a difference in this systemic pitfall that we found ourselves in, I really appreciate the rung that's been hung for those that want to climb it, you know. So I appreciate that.
Thanks. We'll pass it to Maya.
Hi, my name is Maya. I'm here with my toddler, so we'll see how the volume goes. You may want to turn your speakers down a bit. But I work as an education director with Planting Justice. I got connected with Planting Justice because I began farming actually as a high school student. I became connected with an internship that paid me to farm and learn about the food system. And from there, I actually made a lot of connections to my personal background, growing up in a single parent household with a mom who had a bachelor's degree in culinary arts and was cooking in a farm to table restaurant, and then coming home and feeding us like top ramen and canned green beans. And it wasn't until I really learned about the food system that I was able to put some perspective around the choices my mom was making for our family, and the systems that have influenced those choices. And so I've been really committed to being able to help create opportunities for other people to engage with the food system, learn about the food system, and make an impact. And I've an interest in food and culinary stuff. And so, you know, through Planting Justice, I've been able to explore, you know, with students and community, some of these common histories around, you know, displacement and diaspora. And like my sister Sol, I'm Puerto Rican, but my family left Puerto Rico over 100 years ago. And so, you know, exploring what it means to be in Huichin territory as someone who has experienced displacement, and what it means to be in solidarity with Indigenous people here in the Bay Area, how I can explore that as someone who has a commitment to food justice and working in food systems and working with food, and really coming to understand how working with the land is an avenue for healing for me personally and through my own journey, and my family history, you know, as well as with students and participants. And so, yeah, I think around, you know, a lot of the time working with youth, there's like an interest or in nutrition education or in empowerment. And I think we're able to get kind of beyond that in a real holistic way, where we're able to make impacts in nutrition wise and what folks are consuming. And we're able to, you know, make impacts in people's capacity to be active in their own life and in their community. But through less paternalistic means than what nutrition education has meant historically and what youth empowerment has meant. And so I'm really grateful for the work at Planting Justice and the way that that's been able to be woven into the curriculum that we do with youth and with adults.
Yeah, thank you all so much for sharing your stories, you know, and introducing yourselves, bringing your relationships into this space. And if I could share a little bit personally as well, before I pose the next question, is that my work with Planting Justice and food justice in general and food sovereignty was very directly my way of connecting with my ancestors, like learning how to communicate really with my ancestors, you know, and in the garden and working with plants and through Planting Justice, I met my plant teacher, Ataba Garcia Suezeki, who runs Ancestral Apothecary and really teaches a lot of us how to talk to plants and listen to plants. And thanks to her, she said, you know, if you really want to do this work, you have to learn how to dance and be in ceremony. And so she brought me to ceremonies. She brought me to my Kalpuli, Papalo here in Huichin, and started my path as a ceremonial dancer. So it's all like incredibly intergenerational healing work, you know, that we're doing, that we're describing. You know, we're breaking cycles of violence. You know, that's what I'm hearing us all share, and it's really beautiful to witness all that together right now. And so along those lines, my follow-up question for us is something that that you all did in a meeting in preparation for this, but I want to ask it here too, like see where we're at. And it's really inspired by kind of how Critical Resistance was asking us to think about abolition as really like envisioning and then creating the world here and now of what that world is going to look like, right? And so I just want to I would love to ask that as a follow-up for our folks here today. What does you know, what does that future look like? What does that world look like that you want to live in? And how is Planting Justice, what's the work we're doing at Planting Justice, like, or otherwise, right? What is other work that we're doing in our communities that is making that happen, right here, right now, like, right, making that future world come about. So if there's any stories of any of the gardens or any of the education spaces that have really been like, this is what it's all about. This is the energy I wanna create in the world. I'd love to hear any of those stories. So we could start again with the same style, Pele, same flow. So we can start with you, Sol.
Okay. Well, I wish that that people that could get more in touch with the land, that people could do more things for each other. Like working for Planning Justice, I see that like we all became a family. We all became we all help each other out. We all look out for each other, and and I wish that that the future could be like that. That people could help take care of the land. That people could that they get more interest in looking at their ancestry. Respecting the land. Like advocating for prisoners. Just all those things that that we could do to pay it forward. That we don't just that we be open-minded to different things, different cultures, different religions, different ways of people, different values, and that's why I've been learning, in my recovery and working for Planning Justice, that it doesn't matter where you're from or where you come from. Like, you're human. You're just another human being who deserves the same respect, the same love, and the same opportunity as everybody else. And I wish that the community and the people could work towards that. Thank you.
Just want to check I have it right. So you're asking like what has come out of these relationships, or can you repeat it again?
Yeah, so the questions, out of like the relationships that we've built here and the work that we're doing, but I guess I was just adding an element of like that part of like building the world we want to live in right now, in right here, right now, if there's anything that we're doing in our broader collective and in our, especially, our partnership with you all at Segurate Land Trust, what are we doing that's, what stories do we want to share that's working for us for this future,
Yeah. I think I mentioned food earlier. I think like, and some of other people have already mentioned it too, like just having access to that food and having access to spaces that you're able to go and center yourself, to ground yourself, to pray, dance, mourn with each other, celebrate with each other. And I think like growing up in Oakland, I feel like there's so many things that we're desensitized to or that are normalized, that we should not have our children thinking it's okay to like see someone like taken out of their family or their life taken, or to have to survive on basically unhealthy things. And there's a lot of things that I think that we're desensitized to, and I envision like the work that we're doing is able to create an environment for not only us but the youth that come after us, our children or grandchildren, where they can actually have childhoods. They can actually grow and dream, and they don't have to worry about where they're going to get their next meal, or if they're going to be attacked or anything like that. So for me, I think a lot of it starts with that healthy and affordable food, because in my experiences of growing up and going to school, there was already that school to prison pipeline, like at a very young age. And it was like our schools were obsessed with disciplining students. They weren't concerned about, did you eat today? Are your clothes washed? Do you have someone that can tutor you? What are your dreams? So I think a big part of that was like coming to school, you're hungry, you're angry, and like you're going through it. And then immediately an administrator is like, okay, detention, warning, go sit here, go do this. And the craziest thing, like if you go to detention, you couldn't do your homework, you couldn't eat, you couldn't take a nap, you couldn't do anything that was good for you. So I think like a lot of it stems from being able to have those spaces where we can not only like physically nourish ourselves, but we can like have spaces where we can pray and nourish ourselves spiritually and like ground ourselves. So for me, I think it kind of does start with the food and like the places where those foods will grow.
think Bobby's next, right? We'd love to hear from you, Bobby.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yes. With regards to abolition here, this one gets a little personal because, as we all know, the slavery was never fully abolished in America. It was always preserved in the Constitution through the penal system, through imprisonment. So those of us who have gone through the penal system, gone through the, we are all just effectively seeing just a new version of slavery reenacted. This is the new age enslavement as far as the prison industrial complex as we know it, as we all know this. And so what I like about PJ is that it gives those of us who have been and are today's contemporary released slaves, runaway slaves, reintroduced, released, however it would come off to be termed politically correct. We can say it however it is, but I guess it is systemically impacted, right? So for those of us that have been systemically impacted, we are given the opportunity to come out and represent and utilize this very pragmatic platform here with PJ to make a difference towards providing means to provide opportunity for others that are coming out that's also been affected by this same legacy of slavery that we still are affected with today. And then some of its side effects, or even now we see in so many different ways with regards to the mental health, the physical health, and all these things that we're able to penetrate and make a difference in with regards to bringing not just our principles in our work acumen to this platform, but also being able to make the differences that we do by bringing food sovereignty into people's homes. And that's where my interest with regards to the landscaping and bringing planter boxes to urban homes where people have been outsourced, financially outsourced from being able to eat wholesome meals. We all know it's much easier to go and eat a mother with $10 trying to feed 3 kids. She's gonna easily go to McDonald's and get a pack of nothing rather than empty carbs, rather than get something wholesome that's going to cost too much. Just this wholesome a salad is going to cost the same amount for the whole meal. So just being able to provide those to make it simple and to educate our people about how simple it is to be sustained, because when we talk about the abolition, it's also the mental enslavement. Many times we don't even see that. We think that these things are so far away from us, so far removed, because culturally a lot of people have been disassociated within themselves from thinking that they can even afford to live, have the leisure to live a life that can afford them to go and pick from their garden. But why can't they when we can do anything else? So just bringing forth that whole vibe of optimism and a new way of looking at life that PJ promotes in each and every one of his staff members, that to me is like a form of abolition in many different ways, from both the concrete to the mental, to the spiritual as well. As we begin to really care for the earth, to let it be free too, find ways to liberate it from the oppressive antics of colonialism and globalism that's been suppressing it for so long, keeping it locked down too. So every little bit that we do here at PJ, I see it's a force of abolition in every different way. So whichever way you spin the kaleidoscope, you're gonna see a prism that's gonna reflect a way that PJ can shine in. So that's yeah. When we talk about abolition, there's a lot of different ways to go in, and I really appreciate PJ for giving us a platform to hit it from any angle. So.
Thank you, Bobby. I think Maya, we'd love to hear from you on this as well.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, wow. I think, as we explore definitions of food sovereignty in their, complexity in actualizing them, what that looks like in terms of ownership and community control. I don't see there's a way that there's food sovereignty without abolition. And I see so much that reflected in what I was hearing from Bobby and from Nashoni and from Soul's stories. And you know, the work with Planting Justice, like, you know, we've seen, of course, like students, we provide paid work at a good starting wage for young people, because we see students, of course, getting tracked into unsustainable means of employment, which can, you know, put students at even higher risk of incarceration and being impacted by systems of incarceration. And then through our work around reentry, we've begun to explore concepts of reorientation, right? Like we see that there's such a high recidivism rate, right? Meaning people who are returning home from prison and incarceration are very likely to become reincarcerated. And for many reasons we've experienced with our colleagues that systems are not set up to support people and communities are not set up to support people who are returning home to have success, like simply getting an ID and getting all of the things you need for employment is something that Planting Justice supports folks through in a holistic way. We don't expect people to have everything together to be an employee at Planting Justice when they're being released. Like we are supporting folks to get, you know, whatever housing lined up is needed, or get to whatever appointments they need and get whatever IDs folks need, because this is it requires a community to shift in order to support people who are experiencing this systemic oppression and a system that's only supports recidivism, only supports incarceration, right? And so we've explored that aspect around how, through working with food and providing jobs within the food system and green jobs, that we're providing, you know, more of a holistic support, and then exploring, broadly speaking, you know, the food system, the huge links between the prison industrial complex and agriculture, industrial agriculture, you know, exploitation of people who are incarcerated in fields in the South, looking at the maps of people who are working in prisons currently in cotton fields is exactly the same as our slave holding and, you know, rich histories of enslavement in the South. If you look at those maps, and we see that prison labor is a huge driving force, and money is a huge factor, and exploitation is a huge factor behind incarceration. And we see the same exploitation as factors throughout our food system for Black, Brown, Indigenous people. That history of exploitation on land for capital is a history that we can shift through holistic reentry, through reorienting communities to see folks who are systems impacted as contributors, as whole people, and as folks who not folks who need special attention or special treatment, but that our communities need to shift the way that we function so that everyone is receiving these holistic support that we need for thriving. And that's decolonization, holistic wellness. And that how are you healing aspect of our work at Planting Justice is a huge part of decolonization, is a huge part of abolition, of being able to hold communities and community members through crisis, and through the crises that put us at extra vulnerability for being exploited through systems of incarceration.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just in listening to this, to all you all share, if I could just reflect back that I'm just really hearing each of you sharing ways in which we're taking situations and systems where we're not even meant to survive and actually finding ways to thrive, you know, and it's just such powerful testimonies that you all are sharing around, you know, it's not just a little bit, you know, of more nutritious food here. It's actually like a direct relationship with that food and building relationship with that food and nourishing yourself, and also nourishing those ways of knowing that you all are pointing to, right? Those other ways that I'm hearing a lot of community care, you know, a lot of how do we take care of each other, and that we're doing that, you know, and that's part of that thriving, you know, that thrivance culture that we can build. So thank you so much for sharing again all those stories. I would ask Hale if you wanted to ask the next question. I could pass it to you. We could ask the question about the relationships, maybe. That's the other question we hadn't talked about.
Yeah, sure. So I just wanted to first share. This is one of the sayings that we use at PJ, kale, not jail. And another one that we use, compost the empire. So just wanted to share those images with you all. And thank you so much for what you've been bringing to light and bringing forward all this important information. So how has this work changed your relationship with plants, with the land, with water, and other non-human relatives, and with ancestors? And what part of what you do at PJ helped to build these relationships? Sol, you want to start us off?
Okay, so yeah. Okay, so before let me go back a little bit. Growing up, I was born in Puerto Rico, you know, so I have family that comes from agriculture, you know, working in the sugarcane fields, picking you know, coffee, pears, you know, everything that you can think of, you know, and migrating to the US to work in the fields. And I grew up being curious about you know, like loving nature and stuff. Like as a little kid, I love nature. I love like exploring, you know. So when I came to California, I kind of lost that, you know, and I got wrapped up in a gang lifestyle and committing crimes and all that stuff. And I ended up in prison. So in prison, I got involved in the Inside Garden program, and which is an amazing program that has helped me so much. That they were the reason why I got involved with Planet Justice. And I continue, you know, I learned to garden and, you know, to plant and to see things grow and to see the meaning of the inner work and the outer work. What does gardening have to do with your personal life? So one thing that I really like to share all the time is about when you're pruning, when you're weeding, and when you're watering a plant. That's the same analogy as your life. Like, what is it that you have to take out of your life that to leave room to grow for you to blossom? So I feel like you know, I took that same analogy with me to PJ, and I've been learning so many things from PJ that like I get on the phone and I talk to my dad, and my dad has his own little big backyard full of like vegetables, and he grows all these things, and I feel like my relationship with my father has grown so much, who I have not seen since 1998. And we have conversations about growing stuff, like, you know, agriculture and all this stuff, and like our ancestors, and, you know, so I feel like I have built a connection with my family about, you know, like the meaning of agriculture in our life and agriculture in our family. And in PJ, I have learned that, you know, that it doesn't matter where you come from. You know, if you're brown, black, indigenous, you know, we all became a family. And I really love seeing that every single day. Like, we don't even have to say nothing to each other. Like, you know, we just say, you know, like when we say hi, I feel like, you know, like I know these people for a long time. And it makes me feel good, because coming from prison, like I feel like, oh, you know, like people are going to judge me, people are not going to accept me. That has not been the case in PJ. And I felt so like, that has helped me to put my guard down and to allow me to learn different things. There's so many things to learn in PJ that I could take, you know, to my family, that I could take into my own personal life. that, you know, that I want to grow my own stuff. I want to have my own garden. I like Bobby, I learned garden design in prison, and like that's something that I really wanted to do too, like design and build my own garden, and to help the future generations in my family to appreciate the land, to appreciate what our ancestors did in the past, to be able for us to have this land today, and that's one thing that, you know, that to not take the land for granted, to not take life for granted, because everything around us, the plants, the air, everything is precious, you know? We wouldn't survive if we don't have it. And that's one thing that I learned to appreciate. That's one thing that I've been learning in PJ that, you know, that has taught me that life is so beautiful and you need to take care of it. You need to take care of the land, you need to take care of all of it so that you could be able to enjoy your life and be able to have something to give your future generations. I don't know if I'm making any sense of that, but it's just, it has a deep meaning for me to be able to wake up every day and go to work and be around beautiful flowers, you know, beautiful plants blooming, see them from a cutting to see how they grow and how they give out fruit, and how people come in there and buy these plants and see so much joy in their face because they're taking something home that they know it's gonna grow and get fruit, and just, I don't know, it's just amazing to me. Thank you.
Yeah, I mentioned like the displacement earlier, and I think that's something that also kind of had a ripple effect in how I was raised in Oakland. We were just constantly moving, and we were always finding ourselves in places that did not have green spaces or surrounded by a lack of like access to affordable food. And when we could, we'd do a little garden, but it wasn't much. And, you know, I learned a little bit about plants, but it wasn't the same as when we're doing the work now. We're developing a relationship with those plants. I may not necessarily talk to the plants. I know some people do that. But, you know, things like asking permission, giving offerings, just being gentle, you know, you don't want to like yank something off, just like, you know, kind of taking care of it, making sure it has water, making sure it has sun, paying attention to the needs of the plant. And then that same like reciprocal relationship being carried out with the people that you're working with, or the people in the greater community. So yeah, just thinking about how on like one side of my family, our relationship to land has a negative connotation because of slavery and because of being forced into labor. So growing up, I never thought like, oh, I want to be a farmer, or I want to do this, or I want to do that. It was like, now I'm actually considering that. Now I'm like, maybe I do want to like get a big farm, because I'm having conversations with my friends about it, and we're talking about how we want to process things, make food, have just like people come and hang out and just like be able to enjoy the space and not feel like it's you know, things are closed off to them, or not feel like they can't have these things. And then on the other side, it's like my association with like food in certain areas that have been considered uninhabitable is like, I don't want to live there. But now that's also changed around, and like seeing the possibilities, no matter the climate or like the conditions of the soil, being able to rematriate it, being able to help it in so that way that things in like life can come out of it, because there's life everywhere. So I think the work has definitely like helped me to rethink my relationship to land, and how memory is not just like tragedy and atrocities, but it's also like learning from your ancestors. So you may not have that direct connection, or you may have oral traditions passed down, but at least like there's still something there. So yeah, for me, I think a lot of it is just like, it's changed my view on having land and having access to land and like taking care of it, or it's not negative anymore. Now it's positive.
Yeah, and we have these last few minutes. I'd love to hear, these are probably our last words are going to be from Bobby and Maya.
Okay. Yes. Well, first, I would like to say, along with my fellow IGP alumni, I saw I too first, the seed was planted while I was in prison through IGP. And yet when I hear though, this is the soil that that seed was planted in. So I said that to say that when I'm coming out and being able to do the work that I've always been wanting to do, with regards to the landscape and design, and having learned about understanding about the care for plants and about the symbiotic relationship that we have with human beings and plants and nature. It sounded good, but then I also got into the more so, I got idealistic. I wanted to, you know, build things and create landscapes, and I kind of got away from the principle. So when I with coming back to here at Planting Justice, being able to now use those skills and work with the earth to help it sustain itself, like to use those principles. It taught me. It's been teaching me how to. So the gray water catchment systems and just laying down the irrigation, and we will be working and say come across a plant or have to dig up a root. You know, we give almost a sermon for the plant. Just being able to look at these, take each and every element, you know, that we deal with, and you know, take it to heart. Yeah, it matters. It's just been really good to see how the community that is fostered here, like just, you know, you begin to care about your environment, you begin to care about, just this creating that sense of sustainability, like the people that we meet, the people that we interact with as we're trying to, you know, bring them their garden and create this tapestry that they want to see, and do it in a way that's ecologically friendly to everyone. It creates a community of care and compassion for myself and for every you know, the land around me, and it's been good to be able to make it practical. You know, so looking at it from that angle, I guess I must say, kind of steeped into the whole the landscape aspect of it. I love the opportunity to be able to help, you know, see these plants be sustainable for themselves, you know, and but with regards to how this affect my overall relationships, again, it's just a community that's been that I've been welcomed into, you know, throughout the overall of this. That's been the most important for me, you know. So.
Awesome. So we're actually right at time, and I just want to make sure maybe Maya, if you want to say one last piece, but I just want to honor also the schedule of the conference. But maybe that'll be our last word. Is that okay, Hale? We do that as our gratitude, and just close up with one last word from Maya would be great, and then we can hand it back to the conference.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll keep it brief. Thank you all, and thanks to all my co-panelists for sharing your wisdom. I think through Planting Justice, you know, I've been able to connect more with Sogorea Land Trust and to explore what it can mean to be in right relation with the land, and what rematriation can mean broadly, and what that means for my relationship with land and plants and where I live. And then the last thing is just that healing is something that happens in community, and like the praxis of community, practically what that means for all of our goals societally. I think that's it, like, you know, getting out of isolation and community that Sol and Bobby and Nashoni spoke to through land work. Thank you.
Awesome. I think the last thing we'll do is Kale wanted us to if we could just take 3 breaths together, and then we'll hand it back to Jesus. if we could just find a ground, for our feet as we transition to the next person, just take 3 collective breaths together and just, connect through the Zoomiverse for a moment. So if we could just take a nice deep breath through your nose in, and out through your mouth. Take another nice deep belly breath in, and out through your mouth. And one last collective breath all together. Deep breath in, and let that breath out. So deep gratitude to each of you. Thank you so much for being together. Una disculpa to the organizers for our bonus 3 minutes, but really been an honor to be a part of this ongoing conversation these last 2 days. So thank you all, relatives, Bobby, Nazoni, Sol, Maya, Ale, thank you all so much. And thank you, Jesús.
Thank you, everyone, for a wonderful panel once again. I will briefly introduce Irene, who will introduce our last event to keynote before the gratitude ceremony, which I hope some of y'all can migrate over as well when the time comes at 2 p.m. But yes, so Irene is the other member, one of 4 members of the main organizing committee, and she will introduce our keynote speaker. Take it away, Irene.
Thank you so much to Planting Justice for sharing your life experiences, knowledge, and reflections, and also those the breathing always helps to be connected, at least through Zoom. So now it's our last event of the day, or before the gratitude ceremony. So it's my great honor to present today's keynote speaker, El Sadiq El Sheikh. El Sadiq is the director of the Global Justice Program at the Othering and Belonging Institute, where he oversees the program's projects to corporate power, food systems, forced migration, inclusiveness index, Islamophobia, and human rights mechanisms. In particular, he manages the Shahidi Project and the Nile Project. El Sadiq's research interests focus on the themes of and socio-political dynamics related to the state and citizenship, race and corporate power, and measuring social policies of exclusion and inclusion. El Sadiq has authored and co-authored a number of articles, essays, and reports on corporate power and the food system, Islamophobia, forced migration, inclusiveness index, Trans-Pacific Partnership, UN human rights mechanisms, and Sudanese politics. His talk today will focus on the intersectional challenges that engulf the current aspects of the food systems in the US and globally. He will emphasize the opportunities that these crises offer to the food movements to imagine and rebuild a sustainable food system that is capable to mitigate the climate crisis and mass expulsion and challenge corporate power and structural racism. So please, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to use the Q&A box. And at the end, the speaker will answer those questions. So without further any ado, I welcome El Sadiq.
Hello, everybody. Greeting and thank you so much, Irene, for this kind of introductions. And really want to thank also Berkeley Food Institute Graduate Council and the conference organizer, including Jesús and the rest of the group, and also the conference sponsor. This is really an great opportunity, and I appreciate it very much to share with you part of my work and thoughts around these complex issues of food systems. So can I share now my PowerPoint presentation, right? Let me see if this is, for some reason, say that is, okay, last, okay. Doesn't seem that I can share the presentation I have. Any advice?
You could send it to one of us, and then we could probably. screen share.
I mean, if you allow me, it says that screen sharing has failed to start. Anyway, let me try again.
I think now you're a co-host, so maybe.
Okay. How's that? You can see it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Sorry for that. Tell me what you see. You see the whole thing, or
No,
my
not
desktop?
yet. We see the PowerPoint.
Okay. Sorry for the technical difficulty. So before I start with that, I would like just I'm not sure what's happening. Can you see it now or no? Yes?
We can see the slides, but we can also see the left. We're like inside PowerPoint, but we can see it.
Okay.
There it is.
Okay. Okay. So I just want to start with this in the face of the recent attacks, but also the long history of discrimination and racism against Asian American and Pacific Islanders communities in the United States. I would like to join with others to express my unwavering solidarity with our Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders brothers and sisters, and to stand firmly against Asian hate, violence, and racism. Sometimes it's easy for us to recognize racism when it is interpersonal. But however, the most challenging form of discrimination is to identify the one that inhabited our social structures, such as private or public institutions. But it's also the one inhabited within our cultural norms and other praxis. At Othering and Belonging, we utilize the lens of structural racism to understand social problems in order to devise policy interventions. For us, structural racism is a set of praxis, cultural norms, and institutional arrangements that are both reflective of and simultaneously help to create and maintain racialized outcomes in societies. So for us to eliminate structural racism in our society, one needs to analyze how public and private institutions are structured and how government programs are administered and operate to reproduce racialized outcomes that harm marginalized communities and social groups. So that's kind of a quick intro to my own presentation that tried to think around how our food system in itself is also part of this social system in our society and is not free of structural racism as well. And I hope that in the next few minutes to be able to kind of situate our problems. But before I delve into the challenges and opportunities available for the food movements, it is worth noting that it is imperative to identify the problem we are trying to solve. I'm saying that because often people try to solve a problem that is not clear to them. For me, the food system is a system that is in a constant state of crisis. This crisis state stems from how our societies were organized to exploit natural resources as if the natural system is limitless and we can consume them to the point beyond repair. This type of social design has led us into intractable crises, exacerbate structural inequality, and amplify hyper-individualism, xenophobia, and other host of arrogant attitude toward our fellow humans and the natural world. The origin of our socio-political system historically is being designed structurally to marginalize and exclude the vast majority of people and alienate the natural world. It's a system of crisis. For the last 7 decades, for example, our societal design has continued to treat the natural world and our planet as a limitless space to use and abuse to maximize profits to the point that we can repair most of the damage have been done, and also without thinking about the consequences of this type of abuse of the natural world. Since the 1950s, the world has experienced global consumption rates that have rapidly increased, putting the survival of humans, non-human species, and ecosystem into question. In doing so, this phenomena, which is also known as the Great Acceleration, our consumption patterns have compromised the equilibrium of the natural systems on which our lives and livelihood depend. To further contextualize and broaden the current crisis and challenges scope, we need to reflect upon our history of consumption vis-a-vis our planet's health. For example, we have converted over 40% of the land surface for croplands and pasture. More than 75% of flying insects biomass or pollinators in protected area has declined in the last 30 years. We have appropriated almost half of the accessible fresh water for human use. Nearly 90% of monitor fishery have been used or beyond limits now. We have cut down 4.33 to 6.8 million square miles of forest, and we have dammed over 60% of our rivers. We have driven species to the brink of extinction, with the current extinction rate being 1,000 times the baseline rate of extinction. We have increased our air, water, and land pollution to unprecedented level recorded in history. And this also exacerbated the climate crisis. And because the climate crisis is perpetuated by the burning of fossil fuels and accelerated exploitation of the natural world, among others, we enter into a vicious cycle of system crisis. For example, our ecosystems suffer from sea level rise, unpredictable weather patterns, plant and animal habitat extinction, and the spread of pathogens, parasites, and disease. And our social system is also inhabited by the breakup of social cohesion, social stratifications, and threat to social peace. And our economic system continues to intensify poverty, widen inequality, and experience unsustainable growth. And our political system is infected by corruption and threats to our democratic institution, which impacting our planetary health and well-being. All these system crises put unprecedented pressure in our natural system, which soon may experience natural resource exhaustion, extension of species, water pollution, and most likely a food system collapse. Of course, a system like the one we are describing casts its shadow on the most vulnerable, those who can't stay in their homelands due to natural or man-made disaster. For example, for the first time, the number of people who were displaced due to natural disasters has exceeded those who've been displaced as a result of conflict and violence. In the end of 2018, there were 28 million new displaced people worldwide. Natural disasters displaced about 17.2 million of those 28. And those are climate refugees. Unfortunately, the future holds an even bleaker picture unless we reverse the course on the way in which we treat the natural world. Another feature of our system in crisis is the corporate power. Corporation in general and agribusiness in particular have built a vast network of influencers to shape US and European laws and safety standards to their own benefits. This network includes their in-house lobbyists and public relation companies, trade associations, think tank, law firms, products defense companies, and lobby consultancy. Ultimately, these actors and institutions echo the corporate positions, produce and push studies in the corporation favor, and provide public relation strategies to advance consolidation in the name of a streamlined research and development and efficiency. For example, in the end of 2018, the 6 giant agribusiness multinational corporation merged into 3 out of the 6. And those 3 or 6 are Dow merged with DuPont, Bayer with Monsanto, and Chemical China with Syngenta. Their mergers and acquisitions total about $352 billion, allowing them to control over 70% of the agrochemical industry worldwide. As we could imagine, the mergers of these 6 multinational corporations will have global ramifications. It would further undermine food security and poverty reduction plans, will disturb trade flows, and accelerate corporate control, consolidation, and monopolization of global, regional, and local food systems by these very few corporations. Ultimately, these mergers would come to the detrimental of small and mid-sized farmers, rural community and consumer, and societies at large. So I want you just to sit with this for a minute and to keep thinking what in a world that few corporations could have such an immense amount of power. And if they have this type of economic power, what will restrain them from having similar political power, even though sometimes they are not necessarily has to be in the White House. So think about it for a minute, because the reason I'm putting this in front of you, because I'm trying in my own way to identify where is the problem for the food system crisis. So sometimes we have to go out of the food system to locate where is the problem is. But it's also, we know that this system in crisis have intersectional aspect of the marginality that inflicted on the people worldwide. For example, in terms of hunger, if we look at the map, this map we constructed in our program to put multiple type of data sets, and to see it in a world map is because we keep making the case that Global South suffered tremendously from hunger and poverty, while it is actually contribute to this exploitation of the natural resources. So even though the Global South has tremendous space for generating food and other food-related products, yet that part of the world suffered tremendously from lack of food. And the reason we try to understand this is to also, again, to locate where is the problem. And it's also that true for the United States. So it's the same phenomena that the intersectionality of marginality is so deadly obvious within the US context as well. You see that people of color, women, and poor people suffer the most in terms of stay in poverty for longer, and also experience their household experience food insecurity. I could imagine what I just stated, those crisis of the system, it might make people feel overwhelmed. But I think that's precisely the idea, is to try to locate where is the problem that we're facing. And also, in general, challenges and problems present us with an opportunity to fix it. So now we put our thumbs on the problems. We could actually start to think about solution. But also we have another catastrophe that inflicted in the whole entire world, is also might help us to rethink. The global pandemic has revealed already existing intersectional and interactable crises within our national and global systems. But at the same time, it offers us an opportunity to reset the system of crisis. As the challenge and those intersectional problems, our food movement have the opportunity to imagine and redesign an equitable and sustainable system that serve all and protect the natural world. But to do that, we need to ground our understanding in critical pedagogy within and beyond academia. One of those spaces is the mother of all movements, which is the food movement, as Eric Jimenez called it. Because food movements have the capacity to rebuild a different world that is void of hunger, poverty, and wants, but also of racism. So let's talk about a couple of frameworks that can offer us major opportunities to reverse this systemic crisis within and beyond the food system. The first one is a strategy built by movement generations, which is a strategy for just transition. And I hope that most of you are familiar with this graph. But as a movement generations explain, a just transition is a vision-led, unifying and place-based set of principles, processes, and practices that aim to build economic and political power to shift from an extractive economy to a regenerative economy. This means that approaching production and consumption cycle holistically and waste-free. The transition itself, they suggested, must be just and equitable, readdressing past harm and creating new relationships of power for the future through reparations. If the process, they emphasize, if the process of transition is not just, the outcome will never be. Just transition describes both where we are and where we are going and how we can get there. It's extremely useful strategy to continue thinking about this type of dichotomy we live in between extractive and living economy. Can we live in a living economy and also we get what we need to survive and live a good life? The next one is also another type of framework that might help us to rethink about the damage we continue to inflicting on our planet, and that's planetary health. The utility of planetary health as a holistic understanding of the interlink human and ecosystem health call for an urgent and transformative actions to protect present and future generations. One important area which required an immediate attention is the system of the governance and the organization of human knowledge, which deemed inadequate to address the threats to planetary health. And you could think about the coronavirus pandemic is the precise items that planetary health been talking about it since 2015, that there is a problem with the way in which we intrude and get closer to the wildlife without thinking about the consequences. Another recommendation the planetary health call for is to improve governance to aid the integration of social, economic, and environmental policy, and for the creation, synthesis, and application of interdisciplinary knowledge. The frameworks call for solution based on the redefinition of prosperity to focus on the enhancement of quality of life and delivery of improved health for all, together with respect to the integrity of the natural systems. So this framework suggests that we just can't continue to do what we are doing and we expect different results. As you could see from this intersectional map in your left side is kind of where we are at in terms of global warming, global heating, and where is most of the world. And if you can look at the map, probably there is only 5 countries that are within the context of Paris Agreement of below 1.5 Celsius. Those are Morocco, Gambia, Ethiopia, India, and Bhutan. Most of the world, especially the global north, but also in the global south, some other countries, that is also in a very dangerous realm. So we have very limited time actually to curb the global temperature from increasing to a level that is really dangerous to human activities. And that's, again, it cannot be done even if we think about just the production of food. Food cannot be produced within this type of global temperature rise. So understanding one of the problems that we should put our thumb on is we have to reverse the climate crisis. And if we can't, we need to slow it down. And after that, we have to come with mitigation strategies and to devise adaptability for resilience. But this cannot be happening with the continuum of extractive economies. So we need to think differently. Another framework that is also important for us, and when we try to advance in many of the aspects of the food movement, is food sovereignty. Yesterday, I also listened to a remark of Professor Hoover, which is wonderfully explained many aspects of the food sovereignty. And those kind of the general 7 principles that the Levia Campesina devised since 1996 globally for the food movement to adopt the food sovereignty principles. So it's been adopted by hundreds of organizations around the world, over, I think, 240 organizations that work within the food movement. But for me, a couple of them is standing out. For example, how we deal with trade and food trade. So La Via Campesina is not against trade, but it says food is first and foremost a source of nutrition and only secondary as an item of trade. National agricultural policy must prioritize production for domestic consumption and for food self-sufficiency. Food imports must not displace local production or depress prices. So many times when we try to advance the notion of food sovereignty, people are stuck in this idea of should we get rid of trade or not. It's not either or. We can do both, but however, we have to make sure that those principles being held. Food has to be considered as a basic human rights. And when it does so, we have to make sure that, local have self-sufficiency, whether that's national or community. And first and foremost, we have to feed the population that produce food first, and to make sure that if we do import food, that does not impact local producers or depressing price within local context, as often does. And the second one, principle stand out for me is ending the globalization of hunger. So food sovereignty is undermined by multilateral institution and by speculative capital. The growing control of multinationals cooperation over agricultural policy have facilitated by the economic policies of multilateral organizations such as World Trade Organization, WTO, the World Bank, and the International Monetary Fund, IMF. Regulation and taxation of speculative capital and scarcity enforced code of conduct for those transnational cooperation is therefore needed. So without actually monitoring those multinational cooperation and those type of regulation or relax of regulation and taxation and tax code and speculative capital, is extremely hard to fix the crisis that we experience in the food system and beyond. So monitoring corporate power is one of the most important aspects that the food movement have to grapple with and have to think about it seriously. The last item the last principle that stand out for me, and I would like to talk about it for a little bit, is the idea of social peace. Food sovereignty movement recognize that everyone has the right to be free from violence. Food must not be used as a weapon at all. Increasing level of poverty and marginalization in the countryside, along with the growing oppression of ethnic minorities and indigenous populations, aggravate the situation of injustices and hopelessness. The ongoing displacement, forced urbanization, forced migration, repression, and increasing incidence of racism of small farmers all represent type one form or another of violence. And those type of violence cannot be tolerated. So if the food movement or food movements in general within the US or beyond, thinking seriously about fixing the system, has to pay attention to that idea of how we can construct social peace and what that requires from us to stand firm against all this form of violence. And the rest you can access through the La Via Campesina if you go to and read through the other principles, which I really highly recommend. Now we started to delve into how the food system, food movements, it could work within the existing conditions and try to repair the interlocking problem of the system in order to repair the food system itself and to make it more viable. So as like suggested earlier, even whether you're working within the idea of reform or transformations, I'm coming from the institute that always you have to think about transformation rather than reform. But however, even if the food movement want to work within the idea of reforms, it has to be contextualized. It has to be contextualized and aligned with the long trajectory of transformation. So you can't just seek reform because of you have an immediate problem, you have to solve it. as I suggested earlier, understanding the problems will really help us to figure out solutions, because most of the time we get distracted by multiple aspects of pressing problems, and we start to devise certain solutions, in this case, reforms, in themselves will hinder you from actually making any transformative change in the system that you are thinking through. And one of those major hurdles in front of the food movement is this idea of international free trade. You know, the international free trade, I would agree that we need international trade, but not necessarily the type of quote unquote free trade agreements that we have now. Free international trade and unsustainable methods of agriculture have contributed to the climate crisis and pushing people out of their own communities and homeland, at times beyond their national boundaries. So we must articulate our opposition to unfair nature of quote unquote free trade agreements. For example, we must demand that all international trade agreements must consider something like an immediate moratorium in all international trade and investments rules that restricts government response to a certain crisis. Because most of the time, within the package of quote unquote free trade agreements, many national governments in the global south are prohibited actually from responding to the crisis, but they have to do something else. We must make sure that international trade agreements work to eliminate of monopoly protection for essential medicines, for example, and new rules that encourage innovation and cooperation in the pharmaceutical and medical product industry. And we see that right now present in the way in which the world tries to vaccinate population against the coronavirus, that most of the global south country, this is almost impossible for them because it's too expensive, and intellectual property rights still reside within few companies in the world driving the prices, and most likely that will cause death and expulsion for those nations. Also, we need to think about reorganizing of trade deals to include effective penalties for tax evasion by multinational corporation and the wealthy. So when we think in relation to the others, including the others 6 items that I put in the right side of the screen, those could create, those 10 principles could create a good baseline for a fairer or a fair international trade. In our current system, I'm not suggesting, I hope we can get rid of international trade, but I'm not suggesting that. But even keeping the international trade, we have to have a say, and we have to have a critical and articulated opposition to the experience we already have since NAFTA and CAFTA and other free trade agreements, and to suggest to our government's officials that the new trade agreements has to be to consider those principles. To help people to stay at their home if they want to, and if they want to stay in their homes, how they can make it more livable. For example, in the fairest map on the left, both this infographics, by the way, from our latest report on climate refugees, we try to look into the continent of Africa, for example, and try to understand how many extractive fossil fuel companies, by fossil fuels, we refer to coal, natural gas, and petroleum extractions. I mean, we find 688 companies operate in the continent, and almost 80+% of those companies extract wealth to the outside the continent. So even if the continent want to exploit their own natural resources, which is not a wise thing to do, yet even the financial benefits flee the continent. So it does not help neither the continent or the people of the continent actually to have that massive extraction of natural fossil fuels. So, and that's one of the bleaker pictures we keep seeing. We keep seeing that global South keep providing global North with the engine for their quote unquote economic growth, but yet devastating their own environment, depleting their natural resources, and also impoverishing their own populations. And all that have to be understood within the context of how global financialization system works. And if the food movements are serious about grabbing the opportunity to fix the food system, whether here at home or beyond, we seriously need to challenge the financialization aspect of global capital. And even if we can see it in devastation aspect of how this extractive economies, whether that in Lake Chad, the water is shrinking to the unprecedented size. The Lake of Chad is in Central Africa toward the west of the continent, is almost five communities from 5 countries depend on this level of water, and now shrink extremely. Or if we go and look at the, most of you most likely familiar with the Amazon rainforest deforestations, but it's also the sea level rise that in Bangladesh, and how that will displace about 80 million people will be projected to be displaced in less than 20 years. So all this has to do with how we heat up our climate in a way that is responsible by continue to burning fossil fuels. So the food movement cannot be oblivious about the climate crisis and global heating that is happening due to burning of fossil fuels and our own patterns of consumption. Another aspect of that is also related to the earlier one, which is in our world today, we just can't continue to build our walls or sending our sympathies to those being displaced from their own homelands. We need to be more hospitable than that. Our deeds has to follow our words. But it's also another reality for us to contend with. That's our global system, that system in crisis, is completely raising walls and easing movement for capital movement, but vehemently building a structure and walls through legal or physical means to not allow people to move. Migration, immigration always been a positive thing. It's not a negative aspect. However, we get, because of the financialization nature of the system itself, it continue to exploit people, it continue to exploit places, allow the very wealthy few to move their capital with ease and restricting the movement of millions of people. Even when it moves the capital, is not even done in a fair and equitable way. A recent report from United Nations suggests that, for example, a global South keep losing for each $1 it receive in aid or foreign direct investment, $24 flee global South to global North. So in reality, global South continue, as in the colonial times, continue to fund the prospect and prosperity of the global North. And those notion of tax evasion and capital flee of global South has to stop, and cannot just be stopped by quote unquote politician from the global South, but it has to be a work of the mother of all movement, our food movements. We could do that. We could do that in multiple ways. And I will be more happy to come back to this point in a Q&A, because I'm just, I think the time is is getting tighter in my end. So let me try to get very quickly on this. So the next item is also when we think about solution for the food, within the food movement, for the food system, we just have to think deeply and squarely and to realize that we cannot figure out to fix the food system without incorporating social justice, racial equity, economic justice. And when I say social justice, that include also gender, sexuality, migrants, farm workers, all those social groups has to be within the solutions. So we know that half of the world being cultivated around the world is done by small farmers around the world. And out of those 50%, the half of the pie on your left-hand side, 70% are women. So we can imagine to fix a system that is extremely anti-woman equity or other type of social groups, and it could survive, or who will be the one who will save our planet from in the face of climate calamity. So when we think about this, we have to think about incorporating all those elements in our solutions. So just to recap and to close out, I believe that a structural change requires a powerful and united food movement to make demands, a movement that can make demands. I'm also convinced that such a movement has the diversity and could be and has to stand for racial equity, because a just and democratic food system is not simply the end goal for such a movement. Rather, it is also a strategic means to challenging the structure that impede the possibility of a livable planet and a just life for all people in all domains of life. Only when the intervention agenda and the work of the broad-based food justice movement uphold a wealth, race, ethnicity, and gender-based moral meta-narrative, then can the struggle that low-income communities, communities of color, and women face with regard to food system to be connected to the struggles they face elsewhere, that including labor, unemployment, health, housing, the school to the prison pipeline, police violence, among others. Only then can such a movement truly strive for a just life that uphold dignity for all people. Just as we must contend with the prospect of feedback loops in the natural systems, we must too reckon with the possibility of destabilized ecological and food systems that may further drive multiple crises, such as increased forced displacement, xenophobia, the rise of ethno-nationalism, and the erosion of democratic institutions. To confront the systemic nature of the difficulties that we face, we must redesign our social system and the systems of governance. Specifically, we must envision novel global cooperation and coordination, holistic systems, planning, and the execution of climate resilience and mitigation. A vision that advances a human, non-human species and ecosystem-centered approach is necessary for a more sustainable, equitable, and resilient world. We must imagine and enact an alternative and an inclusive framework that can tackle otherwise certain ecological, economic, health, and social collapse. A visionary framework must be centered on planetary health in designing our national and global climate resilience and mitigation to address our current challenges in preparation for a resilient future. So to effectively respond to the growing destabilization, global effort within the food movement will have to remain robust. Furthermore, such action will need to be grounded in understanding the systemic nature of the challenges we face. And I will stop here just to give more time for any Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you so much for a wonderful keynote. Let me just think. And I'll take over for asking initial question while hopefully we get a couple prompts in the Q&A feature here. Thank you so much, Dr. Elzik. I think you mentioned it very briefly. For one, I appreciate you kind of ending us on a global scale, global interconnected scale, intersectional scale. We began today with, very locally based gardeners. We kind of, and even yesterday, really focusing on the seeds, right? The labor of people. But I think with your talk, right? I think one of the questions that comes up to me, right, in considering these radical transformations that are going to happen, where would you position the role of ethno-national, I guess, communities, right? Specifically, like, the rise of white nationalism, right? White national, I guess the resurgence of that, right? Relatedly, how would you say that the rise of kind of these ethno-nationalisms, how might they diminish the power of global food corporations, if at all? Yeah, I think that's an initial question. Hopefully we can start this off with.
Sure, thank you, Jesús, for the question. I think from the way in which we understand, first of all, let me start with this. The food system crisis, or the crisis we face in the food system, is not separated from societal crisis. That's the whole essence of what I'm trying to get into it, because most of the time in the food system or in our food movement, we think if we elevate hunger, we can solve the problem. I have no problem with food banks and people try to do that, but that's not going to solve the problems. Because as all you might know that today, just today in the world, we have about food to feed 10 billion people. However, out of the 7.4 billion people, we have almost 1 billion are going hungry every day. So the idea is not only that. Of course, we need equitable distribution. But I think in the essence that our system is the political corruption amount, in my opinion, to fascism. And those type of political development is only empower and give rise to white supremacy and ethno-nationalism in other places of the world. It's not necessarily just in the global north. We see it in even dark nations like in Brazil, India, Philippines, recently in Tanzania, and in several other places. So as a social scientist researcher, I'm thinking, what is the driving forces for the rise of those ethno-nationalist tendencies? And it's very apparent and very obvious. It coincides with something larger phenomena, which is the neoliberal framework that been organizing our society. So when you think about it, the rise of cooperation did not occur in vacuum, occur because of no alternative of Thatcher and Ronald Reagan economics that devastate, for example, the welfare state in the United States, but destroy Central and Latin America, for example. And today, when we see the ramification, we try to build walls, because the idea that hyper-individualism that I mentioned, neoliberalism is trying to beat us against each other. That's the whole premise of neoliberalism. And in doing so, is only gonna push people who have white supremacist tendencies to be more empowered, because they will see people of color, for example, if we take just United States as an example, but you can apply it, for example, in India, or if you can look at it in South Africa against Zimbabwean guest workers. Everywhere when you look around, or for example, look at the Venezuelan immigrants in Colombia or in Ecuador, you will see the same phenomena. The system tried to beat people when they fail economically, politically. They try to make people feel that the other is the reasons. Other are responsible, not us. So white supremacists will defend the rise of monopoly and corporate power, because that will serve their purposes. I hope that can answer your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you so much. We have a question. If We have a question in the chat, but if you can also put them in the Q&A section, we'll go with the Q&A. There's one here. It says, it reads, it's by an anonymous attendee, but it reads, I have seen articles saying small farmers aren't a solution. It's a collective impact of various local food systems work, not sufficient to combat climate crisis and capitalist food systems. How do we get out of these local isolated hustles?
Well, that's a very, very good question. I think there is a compound questions. There's two parts of the questions. Local versus small farmers. I think the idea that people like myself try to think through and being educated by Livia Campesina is to think through, actually small farming will save the planet. There is no doubt, and this is not something new. The cosmovision of rural community of indigenous people everywhere around the globe is been sustaining the planet Earth for such a long time. When did we experience that great accelerations? Post World War II, when we moved to mechanization of agriculture. So the point is not local or farmer or small farmer. The idea is agroecological methods is more robust as methodology for farming, for feeding people, for protecting the planet, for reversing the extinction of his species, non-human species, because they are important for us, and also for even saving the seeds, as Dr. Hover yesterday, she was talking about it. How you will do that if you don't have agroecological methods? So we know today, a large-scale mechanization of agriculture is not going to do that. And I agree with the person who asked the question. It is true, it's a capitalist endeavor that's to have monoculture and mechanization of agriculture. And I'm not a big fan of always there is local solutions or all politics are local. What I'm trying to say that if we don't think of the food system as a global, which is global local, we really cannot get ourselves out of the hustle. And I agree with them in the sense that this idea of like, if I have a farmer's market, if I have a couple of urban garden here and there, I will solve the problem. No, you can't, because the system is so encompassing. So you need to think beyond that. And if that's what they mean, 100% I agree. But I think it's a time for local, national, and regional and global to think together. We can't solve the power of corporations. They are streamlined. They streamline their goals and their activities, and we are fragmented. So think about it. If Monsanto could merge with Bayer and have the power of hundreds of millions of dollars in research, where we at as a food movement to push our institution of research, to produce research, and our government. And I cannot underscore this enough. For one, the food movement has to be for big government. We have to defend our big government. Not meaning just whatever big government, but the government that does well to reserve the public good and public services. So we need that, because without the power of the government, it's almost as impossible to challenge the power of corporation. We need to scrutinize them. We need to create a code of conduct. We need to make sure that when they violate the laws, we have to go after them. And we have to have the capacity to use our antitrust laws that is in the books, but we can't use them because the power of corporation is hindering our political elite from acting in any shape or form.
Thank you so much. I think we'll end with one quick question that kind of summarizes, I think, the existing questions here, which is kind of how would you say we might begin taking away power from these agro monopolies, right? How can this shift? What would you say the shift can happen? How would you say that shift can happen?
Yeah, I mean, I just described some of the processes earlier in the previous answer. But in general, first of all, shift doesn't happen overnight. We need to build a powerful movement. Think about it this way. Power never concedes unless there is powerful demand. So the only way the power will concede to us is by building a powerful movement for food sovereignty. And that food sovereignty movement have to encompass all the aspects that we talked about it. So when we've been able to build that movement, therefore, our political elite have no other way unless to accept our demands. And one of the demands that we have is actually to create the shift. So the shift doesn't happen over time, and we have to be able and capable of envisioning to work in and outside strategies, outside in the street, inside with the government. We can't leave the government for other people and we mobilize the street. It's not going to work. Or we just go enter the government and we leave our people in the street. It doesn't work. So how we can create a movement that is smart enough, is proactive enough to imagine how we want to design those type of relationships. And then the shifts will happen. Transformative change, it takes time. However, it needs to be thought about it as a long-term strategy with the tactical steps to achieve the overarching strategies.
Thank you so much for everything. We'll kind of gonna end it here, just so we can respect your time, Dr. Al-Sadiq.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'll